Good morning. Good morning. That's good. I thought I was alone here for a while. Anyway, my name is Feb.22. I'm from Constance Lake First Nation. I've been asked to be the master ceremony for this gathering. This morning we're going to start off with the drum, and the drum group is ready. And drum group, whenever you're ready to start, so maybe everybody can stand. Thank you very much for that song. Now I'm going to ask Lucy, Elder Lucy Kakan, to come and say the opening prayer.
Good morning. Good morning, everybody. Wat je? Maar wat ik zo in komen, en ik kies back. Thank you, Ben, for the introduction. And I thank our God, our Creator, that we are so blessed this morning. And it's such a beautiful day. And all of us here, I'm sure, got up and slept well. So we are really blessed this morning. I want to welcome everybody. And I want to thank you too I'm grateful too. And thank our Creator that thank you for the invitation. I feel honored to be here in this conference. Semando dogmachiumnan. Kenakum go huega picture. Menashe gishgamin shag. Ik kanem shag me gojen bayak. Ego miniawan min shag knama. Michish baksen mian shem hayan. Chishoendaman huemauchi tun. Uenog utan quick, Gunagani ganskamot, and Kuna. Kagwesbo, Semando Chishoendaman. Ani Higenishtiganok, Ani Higenish Majanok wood and Kun, and then Shiminanak, Gunak, Egondushkar Siminanak, and Awashimnanak. The Metamoak Hogan Pichik Shebayak, Kakanoya Chishoen Matuma, Kayat. Community showing my door, Kajitayak, Doashimnanak, Egonosnanak, to showing my door, who Gagishganak. Showing Makakina, oh, yeah, where Magish, Bagnika de Kue, Mauchito. Oh God, our Father, we acknowledge you this morning as the Creator. Such a beautiful day you have blessed us with. We thank you for health and strength. And I pray, God, we just invite your presence here, your guidance for our leaders, our educators. We ask you bless each one. And whatever is happening in this conference, God, we ask you your wisdom, your guidance for each one. So we thank you for this day and ask your protection. And Jesus, we Amen.
You got Lucy for the good words and also the opening prayer. I'd like to call on, first of all, let me say that Deputy Grand Chief Bobby Narcisse not here yet, but he'll be here because I say that because I talked to him yesterday. Having lunch over at the White House, and he was there. Oh no, he came in with his wife and when he left, I talked to him and he said, yeah, he would be here. So, but what time he's going to be here, I'm not exactly sure. But as soon as he comes in, we'll ask him to say a few words. So at this time, I'd like to call on Chiefs Committee on education representative. Chief George Kakamic is he here. There he is.
That's it. Good morning. Well, I guess I'll introduce myself first. My name is Chief George Kakagamak. I'm from Kiwewan First Nation. I just want to acknowledge the drum as well as our elder Lucy Kakagamak. I've known Lucy for many years. She lived in Kiwewan a few years back. The late Goyce Kakagamak, most of you probably remember, know him, and he was when I first became chief, he was my mentor. He supported me, and he called me quite often, and I really miss him. But I know we must continue to do the work that he did. He was really passionate about education. I know that from experience from when he lived in Kiwewan. So I just thank Lucy that she can be here and continue on what Goyce had been doing. So on behalf of the Chiefs Committee, want to welcome everybody. I was just appointed to this committee just recently, so it's a learning experience, and I represent KO communities. So once again, just welcome everybody. And one of the things that I'd like to say is, most of our communities lack a lot in terms of education. As you probably heard, past I don't know how many years, we've lost a couple of our high school students here in Thunder Bay. The 7 high school students, 2 of those were our community members. So I just wanna mention that to the people that work for our communities. You need to hear the voices of the communities, people in our communities, the concerns that they have. Some of them might be outrageous, but still, we need to listen to their voices. Our community only goes up to grade 8. So that's one of the things that we must do for our students to continue getting their education. We have to send our students out in municipalities to continue. And that's something as chief that I don't like to do. Knowing the struggles that our students have out here. So some of our communities have a wish list, I would say, things that we'd like to see happening in our communities. And that's one of my wish lists, is to be able to have high school in my community, to go up to grade 12. That's one of my wish lists. I don't want to send my students in Thunder Bay, Silka, Winnipeg, wherever. I'd rather get them to get their education right in their community, at least up to the high school. So, like I said, most of us chiefs have a wish list, and we just want to voice our concerns. And some of them might be outrageous, but we still, as chief of KO, that's one thing I do in all aspects of projects and programs. I give out my wish list, things that I'd like to see in my community. So I just want to voice that, and I'm sure the the other chiefs think the same way. Once again, Kchimigwich, Kchimigwich.
You got Hugumakan? Okay, I think we're gonna have Deputy Grand Chief will be in our seats, but he's not gonna be here in person. I think we're gonna set up on the screen. So who's ever responsible for that? Can they set it up? Oh, there he is. Good morning, Bobby. Can you hear me? No, no audio. Got no audio. While we're waiting for that, I'm gonna parking this hotel. Don't park in front of the hotel. I think there's a parking lot in behind the front of the hotel where you can park, because the city owns that front end of the hotel, and if you've got parking there, it's going to cost you money. That's what they said. So exactly, maybe somebody can find out exactly where the boundaries are. So I can pass them out and we can find out exactly where it is. And also we'll have a survey for the conference. Every day we're going to have one. So how it's going, and then there'll be prizes drawn for that. So hopefully that we can move that along very, very quickly.
Okay, can you guys hear me?
Okay, we got video now.
You got audio, can you hear me?
Okay.
Yeah, you can hear me? Okay, perfect. Hi, everyone. Bonjour, good morning. We can get me on Dan. Wanaka ibiyang. Ginawa jam ginok kisin zama ngiakas hospital as a good nigu jibgi ang manaka. Sheen we gyo ma got the yang ginin hospital yang manaka Thunder Bay. Sheen kinweg shkinwer ninig skads kinweg sheen sko we gyo ma yang order. So you can then sheen kinga ganaj yabog manaka Thunder Bay. Minashke it gave me an opportunity to think a lot. So I just wanted to say, I know it's great to be back home. I was in the hospital for close to 40 days, battling an infection, a weird infection. It wasn't really, it was very, very mysterious what they were saying and stuff. But I was just looking at my time at the Thunder Bay Regional Hospital and looking at a lot of the challenges, a lot of even our students face when they're trying to get treatment and all of our people across our First Nations North. And I know we're talking about education and whatnot, but I just wanted to acknowledge the fact that even when I heard the chief speak earlier, that, we're still, our communities, our education systems, many of our systems are still being discriminated against. And many of our people are still looking for access to equality, to equitable services, to pursue even their education to ensure they're in a healthy environment, but also opportunities like other areas and other urban areas, just to really have those investments within our First Nation communities with respect to education jurisdiction. I just really want to acknowledge our elder who opened up our prayer, and I really like to acknowledge her and everything, and all the work that they've been doing with education and education jurisdiction moving ahead. And I know we have a long way to go. And I know, as your Deputy Grand Chief, I'm here to serve the chiefs and our communities, and looking at ways and opportunities to really open up those various areas of educational investments that need to happen within our First Nation communities. I know that every time we have a couple of steps forward, we always have a couple of steps back, and we're always reminded of all the different areas that are still lacking that we need to really work on. And I really like to acknowledge our Chiefs Committee, our Education Committee as well, our chiefs that are on our committee, and it's very important to have our leadership here, because that's where it begins. We've always in this term, I know things have been a little slow in terms of moving ahead with the education reset table. When this file was given to me, I wanted to really pursue and look at some of the successes we've had with a lot of the work that we've been doing with Child and Family Services. As you know, through our work with Child and Family Services and the Canadian Human Rights Tribunal, we were able to secure funding and resources that go straight to the First Nation community, such as, for example, the creation of the Choose Life program and family well-being and prevention and band reps and opportunities for our First Nation communities to develop their assert their inherent laws on protection of their children, youth, and families. Education is no different. Education is no different, and we've said this before, that and we've heard it before too. And we want to continue on listening to each individual First Nation communities on their design, their goals and aspirations, and to how they want to build their education system at the community level, and what also is needed in terms of resourcing many of our students. I'm reminded of the fact that I know, the past week or so, we've been I'm not trying to put it under the rug or shuffle it away, but the recommendations of the youth inquest that's happened here, and especially with the advent of the podcast of Thunder Bay that's happening on Crave, that's triggering a lot of our staff, our students, many of our First Nation citizens in general. But I know the fact that there's still a lot of work that needs to happen. There still needs to be a lot of coordination of services that's happening between education, health, policing, justice. There needs to be more mental health supports. We've said that over the year. There's a special chiefs assembly regarding that to ensure that there are mental health supports for our children, youth, and families, because it takes a lot. It takes a lot from our families as well, seeing our our children leave the communities to pursue education in foreign lands and foreign cities, where we can't really look at them. So the next few days is an opportunity where let's listen, let's brainstorm, let's set up a path forward. Let's celebrate some of the successes that are happening. Let's celebrate some of the governance ideas that are coming through. Let's look at and learn from some of the initiatives that are happening even within the Anishinaabe Nation, all the work that's happening with KO, with all the investments that are happening at Matawa that we hear, like working with our Mishkegwa councils and Waban and really not celebrating, but acknowledging the fact that, NAN is so diverse, like whether it be fly-in or road access, having contributions agreements with various school boards. Still, our students need to be, and our functions and our systems need to be funded properly in terms to move ahead in this particular regard. So with that, I just wanted to say I'm slowly getting back into it. I really wanted to be over there, and I almost drove over there, but they said, well, I gotta take it easy, just got out of the hospital. And but I knew I had a lot of time in the hospital to think about all these different various outstanding priorities that we have. And but I think our elders have always said you have to take care of yourself too first. And you're no good to anybody if you're just whatever 20 or 30% and stuff. So, but I'm glad you have a host of very knowledgeable people there, a lot of knowledge keepers, our elders, our educators, individuals who've been through that system and have been trailblazing over the past many years in this area within education jurisdiction as well. It was so weird that I saw Bentley on when was that, on Sunday, I believe it was. Yeah, I actually ventured out of the house and had some breakfast there. And all of a sudden, I see Bentley's. And, aren't you chairing our jurisdiction meeting this week? That's good. Should be an interesting week and all that. So I think it was a very good sign that we really need to yoke and also utilize and take direction from our past and our experience to really gain a clear picture forward in terms of moving ahead, especially within education, and how all these different areas are going to be overlapping and how we're going to be moving in. So with that, thank you so much. I know it's Pink Shirt Day. You gotta be kind and anti-bullying and everything. So I was able to find my Pink Shirt Day today, so to celebrate that. So, but I'll be on virtually throughout the day as well to listen as well, and hopefully participate in some of the conversations as well. So with that, I'll back over to the chair and enjoy the rest of your next couple of days. Like I said, I'm going to be here participating throughout the whole time as well. So Miigwech, and we'll talk to you, and looking forward to a lot of discussions. Miigwech.
Miigwech, Bobby Narcisse, Deputy Grand Chief for the Anishinaabe Nation. And those words of encouragement are it's going to be the basis of our summit or conference that's going to be taking place this week, next 2 days. About parking. If you park in front of the hotel, okay, the hotel parking lot, if you park there, you got 3 hours of free parking. That's it. And then after that, you will get a ticket. Okay. The parking where you can park for free is there's a street over called Pearl Street. And I've seen that area. There's a lot of parking in that area by Pearl Street if you come in there. So that's the place to park. And it's there's a hotel parking lot sign. So if you see that sign on there, that's the place to park. Okay. Now we're going to move on with the agenda. First of all, maybe say thank you to Deputy Grand Chief Bobby Narcisse for those comments, and I think that's that provides between the deputy and the chief representative on the Education Committee gives us some indication as to where we might want to go for the next couple of days. And there's going to be as we set up the agenda, because it's in print, but we have to put meat to the agenda. That's what we have to do. So right now I'm going to call the Sherry Breton. If Sherry, I hope I pronounced your name right. She's the managing director, I think it is, or yeah. Anyway, for the education initiative, for what do you call it, for the Shabbat Nation. So if you want to come up, Sherry.
I'm Sherry Britton. I'm the education manager at Anishinaabe Nation. I'd like to welcome everybody and thank you for traveling to come here for the Education Jurisdiction Summit over the next couple days. I would like to thank Lucy for the opening prayer. Lucy is very well versed in our education. She comes to most of our education events, so it's very welcoming and wonderful to have her with us. Also, Deputy, it was great to see you, Deputy, and I'm glad to see that you look like you're getting better and on the mend. So it was nice to see you this morning. I'm going to be short. I just wanted to welcome everybody, and I hope that you get a lot out of the next few days. I was at the relational governance workshop yesterday, and it was actually really good. We had some really great conversations, and I think I learned a lot through those conversations. They were very helpful to me, and I think to see a path forward for education in renewing and strengthening relationships, in bringing things back and finding a way that we can work together to strengthen programs and services and overall education outcomes for all NAN students. And I really look forward to that journey, and I look forward to working with you for that. So I hope you get a lot out of the next couple of days, and miigwech. Thank you.
Miigwech, Sherry. Okay, next speaker is from the non-education committee representative. And I think there's two people, Charles Brown and Randy Ray from Alvin Tribal Council.
Charles said that he was going to do the closing and I would do the opening. So Minuvajap, Giweda Nodinkwe Indigenous Cause, Flying Post, meanwhile, Red Rock, meanwhile, Niswak Mok Dunjba. My name is Randy Ray. I'm an Anishinaabe from Flying Post First Nation. I actually just grew up about an hour east of here in Red Rock, so it's always nice to be home in this beautiful area and territory. I do now live humbly in Robinson Huron Treaty Territory in Sudbury, and very, very grateful to be on the Education Committee with the Waban Tribal Council. So I think all of us come to education with a different starting point and what brings us to that. For me, I've been really grateful, actually. I really struggled through the education system when I was little. The only reason I went to school was because if I didn't go to school, I wasn't allowed to go to hockey. And I wanted to go to hockey, so I went to school. That was my parents' rule. And that really kind of pushed me through. And then I started really realizing in post-secondary, as I started to have Anishinaabe educators and teachers and people that were actually teaching me more about like what I learned growing up. My grandpa spoke his language of Anishinaabe and Ojibwe. He didn't speak English. And I started learning that was okay. And education was much more than this structure. Education is encompassing, it's bigger. And that really stemmed and sparked that motivation to continue in education. I just actually finished my doctorate in education, and what I learned is I don't really know very much at all. And that we actually are lifelong learners, and that we need to go back to some of our teachings and our culture and our language to get back to those things. So I think one of the things that we can do here today, and on behalf of the Education Committee, I know we talk about, is we need people like yourselves, the brilliant minds that are in this room, all the people that know your communities, know your students, know your adults, your elders. It's not just for the youth. Learning is lifelong, and it's for all of us. And when we participate in that way, we're showing our youth that we can continue to learn and that we continue to be engaged. So if there's anything that I would share from the Education Committee, is that we do need you to help us and help the conversations today, and be involved, ask questions, listen, learn, and trust that you have that knowledge inside you, that you are the experts, so share it, because it's really, really important for everyone to hear and to learn from you. So with that, Chimigwech, and I really look forward to meeting with all of you the next couple of days. And for me, actually, it's just nice to listen. We get to listen and learn as well. So Miigwech.
Miigwech, Sherry. Okay, that everybody in terms of speakers. Now I'm going to take over the floor. I'm going to speak. Okay. No. No. What we plan to do today on our agenda is to have at 10 o'clock, or we're early. Yeah. I don't know if I've ever been at a meeting when we were early on the agenda. We're generally really behind and trying to catch up on the last couple of hours. But anyway, this morning we're going to have starting at 10. We're going to have Murray Wabus, president of Wabus Consulting. He's going to talk about the NAN education reset table overview, high level bilateral table between ISC and NAN. Then we're going to have a health break at 11. Then 11:15, we're going to have questions and answers on the NAN Canada education reset table overview. So that's how we're going to proceed. 11:45, we're going to have lunch, and there's going to be a radio broadcast with Dr. Matthew Wildcat from the University of Alberta. And 12:45, education jurisdiction overview and the path forward, table-wide education body and delegation. This will be conducted by Derek Chum, the lead negotiator for Anishinaabe Nation. When I'm saying Anishinaabe Nation, I'm talking about everybody. I'm not just talking about NAN. It's just an organization. We're not Anishinaabe Nation. It's all of us. And then at 2:15 this afternoon, we're going to have Manitoba First Nations Education Resource Center, Inc. David Humane, Director of Language and Culture, It's gonna be making a presentation. And then at 2:45, we're gonna have a presentation by Dr. Brian Wildcat. Going to make a presentation. He's from the Masquez Education Schools Commission. And then we're going to go into 3:30, pardon me. Best practices panel discussion. And we're going to have Dr. Brian Wildcat and Devin Domain are going to be on the panel. And this is going to be facilitated by Derek Chum, lead negotiator. And then at 4:30, we're going to have networking, small plates and refreshments. There'll be no booze. And then at 5 o'clock, we'll be closing. And how do you, I'll talk to you about that, Claudia, how we're going to close, who's going to do the prayer and all that kind of stuff. Okay. So that's what we're that's the agenda for today. So at this time, I'd like to call on Mary Wabus, President of Wabus Consulting. Mary.
Sure, Latvia. Murray Wabus Natishna Kaz, Abington Notonji, Thunder Bay, Naba. My name is Murray Wabus, and I'm a member of Fort Hope, or else Abington First Nation, and I currently live in Thunder Bay. I'd like to thank the chiefs, the education directors, the educators, as well as the people who are involved in the education of our children. Been around for over 30 years and worked in various capacities. So I'm very privileged and honored to be here today just to provide an update on behalf of Deputy Grand Chief Bobby Narcisse, who is not available and who has asked me to do a presentation in his place. I also like to acknowledge the work as well as the dedication throughout the decades of former Deputy Grand Chief of Constance Lake, but former Deputy Chief of or Grand Chief of Nishnawbe-Oskee, as well as the Grand Chief of Nishnawbe-Oskee, Bentley Chichu. And I'm very honored to be here with him and him chairing today, because he has decades of history in terms of the NAN education jurisdiction process. So I think it's most fitting that he's here today. So I just wanted to also show you a picture here of the actual photo here. This is what it's about. It's not about in the classroom. It's not about what the ministry wants. It's not about, being dictated what we should learn. And if you look at the photo, look at the expression of the kids. They feel free because they're out on the land. And this is land-based learning, and this is an example of what we're doing within our own education system. When you look at the provincial school system, it's competency-based, meaning that you have to learn a bunch of skills. And it's reinforced by European concepts. And we still can do that. But I think our students learn best when we also add land-based learning, language and culture, as well as learning pride within their community and who they are as individuals, and feeling proud about where they come from, which is Anishinaabe, from their own communities off the land. So this is an example through land-based learning. They have a bunch of geese, and the guide, or else the teacher there, is thanking the creator for the gift of the abundance of geese that they were able to harvest during that time. But that's a memory that they will take, each one of them, into whatever journey that they move forth in. So today's presentation basically outlines the beginning of a process called the NAN Canada Education Reset table. And this is, the purpose of it is to update you in terms of where we're at on February 22nd, 2023 today. So I'll quickly go over the education reform timeline, the purpose, the timeline to date, who sits on the education committee, who else, the NAN Chiefs Committee on Education, the reset table relational reporting framework, the highlights of the terms of reference that Canada as well as NAN had agreed to, and the recent work and next steps to date. So just a little bit of a historical context leading up to the NAN reset, as well as the education reform. Back in the 80s, or even previous to that, Indian control over Indian education, and that was a response to the white paper back in 1969. But this is when we started taking control, real control. Back in the 80s, there was the band council operated funding. A lot of this information and also this timeline is driven by the Indian Act and the small segment within the Indian Act as it pertains to education. So you have the boss that more or less dictated how much schools got, council operated schools, to run your school system, right from hiring teachers, right to actually delivering the programs as well as the curriculum. And that's when the jurisdiction over education began for NAN, because it wasn't enough. It was never enough. So in June 1999, Canada, or NAN and Canada, signed a framework agreement to negotiate an agreement in principle. So there's three elements to the self-government process. There's a consultation phase, which is the first element. And that's where you travel each of the communities and you have meetings with the chief and council, as well as the members or also citizens of the communities, and NAN has 49 communities, so it's a very big territory. So there's west, central, as well as east. So you got the Silicon district, the Matawa and the Central district. Then you have the Mushkegowuk as well as the Waban Tribal Council area. So very large, over the size of France. And in fact, so geographically, it's very vast. And then in terms of the second phase is an agreement in principle. And that's generally where we're at right now. But again, there's still more consultation, but both parties, Canada as well as NAN, have negotiation teams. And that's where the negotiators kind of negotiate what the agreement will entail within principle as it pertains to education. And then finally, there's the final agreement. And the final agreement basically is the final stage. And in that final stage, every community has a vote, a ratification vote, and which will be covered later on with Mike Sherry in terms of what that vote entails in terms of the details. But it's just like an election. There's a threshold that Canada as well as the negotiating team for NAN sort of agree to. And if they pass that voting threshold, say 50% plus one, then the community is into that self-government agreement within NAN. For those who don't wish to participate, they still fall under the Indian Act. And that's generally where they stay until they either decide to opt in after the 5 years. So there is certainly opportunities, and for various reasons, communities will participate and some of them will not. So that's where the term, the participating communities sort of entails. So in 2008, the Education Partnerships Program was established through the Stephen Harper's government, and it was designed primarily to initiate partnership amongst the three parties: Canada, First Nations, as well as Ontario. And that's where the memorandum of understanding was signed between NAN and the two other levels of government in April 2013. The other major event that happened within NAN was the 7 Youth Inquest. And a very tragic set of events had triggered an inquiry. And from there was a lot of litigation, a lot of inquiry recommendations. And there's a political table within that deals with those recommendations, as well as a so-called report card that is there to try to measure the progress to date for that youth inquest. Also in 2018, the Ontario technical table on the interim funding arrangement came about. This is a new funding policy framework that the government, that used to be called, INAC, or Indigenous, or else Indian Northern Affairs Canada, to Indigenous Services Canada. And they also split for the Crown Relations, or else CERNEC. So basically you have a minister, Patricia Haidu, who does all the services and all the services that fall into CERNEC. And then you also have the Crown Relations, that's Minister Mark Miller. So CERNEC has mandated to deal with the self-government negotiation process. And that's where the NAN education jurisdiction process falls under. For the services, in terms of the provision of the educational services for students from K post-secondary that falls under programs that exist within ISC, or else the Indigenous Services Canada. So when we're dealing with education jurisdiction, you know, we have to navigate between both ministers when it comes to the delivery and the implementation of services through ISC and the negotiation process for the self-government in terms of our lawmaking, as well as the actual jurisdiction of the educational process. So the interim funding, the Ontario interim funding formula, again, is another mechanism to do a comparability. So what they want to do is they want to create a new funding formula to mimic, or else to have the same funding levels as the province of Ontario. So they have working groups within that in term, or else in the term funding formula that's specifically Ontario based, because we're one of the only provinces that are unique in the area of the amount of treaties that we have, as well as the amount of independent First Nation communities that we have that you know, that we have to deal with. Also, so when it comes to any new initiative, there's always multiple levels of complexities or else issues when it comes to develop, or else ISC rolling out a national policy. And this is no different. So there are technicians, or else I know that Sherry Fernan sits on a number of those technical committees. And those deal with a number of different services within just within the educational system, such as transportation, tuition agreements. And there's also another layer of complexity called the REAs, the Regional Education Agreement, that is being pushed by the government as well, regional bodies. And then for Ontario, there's another REA called the Reciprocal Education Agreement. So it kind of gets convoluted and very, very complex, because that's to deal with the relationship between First Nations and school boards in terms of developing a reverse tuition agreement and also strengthen the relationship with that. So a lot of our education policy people and a lot of our education people have to contend with that while trying to run our education system. And then in terms of the June 2008, NAN and Ontario signed an agreement in principle for the education jurisdiction. So now I believe there are 32 communities out of the 49 that are opting in, called participating communities. I think there's a little bit more. And then the other ones have opted not to. But throughout the process, they still can opt in, and they could be still part of that ratification process leading up to the final vote. And then the interim funding formula has been also implemented 2019. So they started with implementing the new funding formula and also initiating some funding protections. So First Nations, with this adjustment in funding, had funding protection, meaning that funding that would be as a result of this, if any of the schools were underfunded because of this new funding formula, they were protected. But from what I understand, the Chiefs of Ontario has written a letter stating, well, I was drafting a letter saying that that funding protection will be removed as of this year. So the purpose of the table certainly is to address the pace of reform. When Deputy Grand Chief came in and started his mandate, there were a number of different, I guess, activities that were happening. but all of it was very slow. You know, you have over 20 years for the self-government process to get to this stage. You also have number of recommendations in terms of the inquiry still outstanding. And you also had a national process, a review that was done through the Assembly of First Nations or the AFN, which has resulted in a lot of our Ontario First Nation schools getting less funding because of that exercise. And also at the post-secondary level, through the funding of our institutes, Hashkipa, a lot of the other post-secondary educational institutes also have received funding reductions. For an example, $1.6 million has been reduced from their operating budget for all of the institutes, where all the other regions or else provinces have gained funding from that exercise. And that was also being arranged for the Education Partnership Program, but through NAN's advocacy, we were able to stop that as well. So we want to also understand the existing education tables. We also want to provide support and advocacy at all levels for the education system. And we encounter this a lot, and I'm sure that you who run the programs and operate schools run into this a lot, where there's a lot of inflexibility and there's a lot of red tape. So we want this process through the reset table to maximize that flexibility and minimize the amount of red tape through this process. And we want to focus on implementation. I think that we've had so many studies. I think we've been studied to death. Now let's get some action done. Let's get our kids, our students, the resources that they need to have a quality Anishinaabe education. So the education reset table in terms of, sorry. So in terms of the questions about what is the reset table, it's another mechanism to advocate for NAN First Nations. It's also a way to address the red tape and the obstacles facing the education tables. For example, the 7 Youth Inquest have been trying to have meetings for the past year. They finally got together last month, which was their first meeting. So they're supposed to meet more frequently than that, way more frequently. But because of government turnover, changes in terms of, government officials who are responsible for that, then basically it's holding a lot of these processes up. So it's an opportunity for us to have another avenue to address that. And it's a way of strengthening the existing tables as well by addressing, the issues that cannot be addressed at that table. So if the issues are being blocked, there's another mechanism through this reset table where we can move forward and address those issues with higher level decision makers at the minister, as well as the assistant deputy minister level, as well as the senior official level. What is it not? Well, it's not a replacement for existing tables. So, and I think that's one of the biggest misconceptions that was initially started, because this is the beginning of the process. And we want to, so we don't want to replace the NAN or else the 20+ years of work that's taken just to negotiate an agreement in principle. So there are already people in place to do that. So we want to make sure that we work with them to see where they're having issues and where we can assist in terms of, either bridging gaps or freeing up some of those obstacles. And it's not an administrative body or else authority over any First Nations. So I just want to make that clear. We're not an administrative body or an authority over any First Nations. We know that we take direction from our chiefs. And we know that we get a lot of good advice and direction from the educators in this room, as well as the schools, as well as the communities, the parents. Somebody should fire me here because I don't think I know how to do this. In terms of the reset table timeline, I will speed it up a little bit because I think people are starting to fall asleep here. January 24th, Deputy Grand Chief through the work of NAN as well as through the Education Committee wrote a letter to address the slow pace of reform. March 3rd, NAN and Canada met and agreed to pursue this reset process. March and April, NAN consulted internally regarding the reset and also created a vision for the terms of reference. May 11th, NAN Chiefs and Assembly passed a resolution to reestablish the Chiefs Committee on Education because it wasn't active for a while. So I guess through this process, it was reinstituted. NAN had an assembly, a special assembly on education. And there was, we also had Assistant Deputy Minister David Peckham there just to do a presentation to reaffirm that Canada was committed. December 6th, Canada and NAN signed an agreement on the terms of reference and held their first initial reset meeting. And it was mainly just to get the document signed and just to agree to look at future schedules. And then, of course, due to a number of circumstances, our chair, as well as other circumstances, we've tried to secure a meeting for March 2000. So that date is yet to be determined. So in terms of the NAN Education Chiefs Committee on Education, on May 2020, the resolution was passed to reestablish the education, or else the Chiefs Committee on Education, and to approve the revised version of the terms of reference to oversee and guide the education process. The NAN Education Committee terms of reference, and then on November 22nd, the initial Chiefs Committee on Education met just to discuss two issues. One was the terms of reference. And the other issue too was we were encountering a lot of delays with the Education Partnership Program funding. So we wrote a letter and addressed it through the reset table. And we were able to get some issues, most of these issues addressed, but some of them are longstanding issues and also some systemized issues that need to be dealt with as well. So in terms of the reporting or also relationship, we felt that it was important to show how the reporting and also the accountability was going to be issued. So getting feedback from the education authorities as well as First Nation through the representation and through dialogue as well as discussions like this forum, we're able to get information, but we also have at that level very knowledgeable people that can provide a lot of good advice based on their experience and based on their knowledge. And then the next layer is the technical table. So we rely heavily on the NAN Education Committee, who are the technical people, and their representatives mainly comprising from the tribal councils. And so they sit on the committee, which I will show you shortly in terms of who sits on the committees for the Education Committee, as well as the Chiefs Committee on Education. And then, of course, the NAN Education Department. From there, we have the political tables. So information as well as advice gets fed up through the NAN executive. The chiefs in assembly, either through a resolution or else just in terms of updates, as well as direction in terms of how we should proceed through that form. And then also we work closely with the Chiefs Committee on Education. And then the reset table will meet with Canada based on that information. And any items that are discussed will be vetted through these 4 levels. And as well as any results or else any information that flows back will go back to the 4 areas. So in terms of the NAN Education Committee, from the Independent First Nations Alliance, we have Leslie Anderson. The Quaitna-Cocomaganic Board of Education, we have Patrick Stoddart. And then for Matawa, we have Sharon Nate, as well as Skylene Madawabit. And then for Mushkegowuk, we have Debbie Ross. Northern Anishinaabe Education Council, we have Norma Kijik and Dobie Don Fournette. From Oshkosh-Pamajuan, Winjack Educational Institute, we have Lori Deschamps and Nikki Ludit. From Shabukama First Nations Council, we have Matthew Anges and Nelson McCoop. From Wabun Tribal Council, we have Randy Ray, who came up here and did an opening address on behalf of the committee, and Chris Mercer. And then Wendigo First Nations Council, we have Charles Brown and James Chapman. And in Kawachiwan Education Resource Center, we have Christina Mikas. In the Ojibwe Cree Cultural Center, or OCC, we have Kim Ishe and Kristen Ashinaweshish. Sorry if I butchered that. And then for the Women's Council, we have an observer status, Celine Sutherland and Cecilia Spence, sorry. And then for the Oshkosh Council, we have Lyndon Mabus. And then who's on the Chiefs Committee on Education? We have for the Independent First Nations Alliance, we have Matthew Hopp, but we have Leslie Anderson here today. For Keewatinokokomaganik, we have Chief George Kakagamak from Kiwawan First Nation. For Matawa First Nations Council, we have Chief Wayne Munoz from the Skandiga First Nation. Mushkegowuk Council, Chief Jason Gauthier from Missinaba Cree. From Chibougamau First Nation Council, we have Samuel Mamakwa from Monument Lake First Nation. From Wabun Tribal Council, we have Chief Alex or Sonny Batiste from Matachewan First Nation. And then we're also working on getting a representative from Indigo First Nations Council and also a representative to represent the independents. Women's Council representative and observer is Celine Sutherland and Cecilia Spence as the alternate. And the NAN Oshkosh Council is Lyndon Mabus. Then we have our elder Lucy Kakagamak. So currently We have the reset table of representatives who sit on the table and are involved in the initial meetings. So we have our co-chair, because each one of them have a chair each side, Canada as well as NAN, is Deputy Grand Chief Bobby Narcisse. And then in terms of support and resource people, on that team is Teresa Ruth, Senior Portfolio Advisor, Lydia Mikas, Executive Assistant. Have myself, who's an Education Advisor, Jonathan Kakagamek, who is an Education Advisor, Julian Faulkner, and Chris Rapson, who are our legal counsel. For the Canada side, we have the Indigenous Services Canada Assistant Deputy Minister, who's acting right now, is Ian Kenny. Judy White, who's the Director General of Education, who is the co-chair for now. And then we also have Michael O'Brien, Associate Regional Director General. Susan Chorniak, Education Director and Social Programs for Ontario Region. And Jean Ouellette, Acting Director and Regional Partnerships Directorate, Education Branch for Indigenous Services Canada. Alan McKinnon, Director of CERNAC, Indigenous Crown Relations, and Connor Ferry Leclerc, Negotiator. So if you look at that, there's an awful lot of actors on that side. So that's what's meant by the turnover of kind of representatives. So if we're already seeing it here, think about the other tables, such as the NAN inquest, as well as the other tables that are happening right now. So just to quickly highlight, you should have a copy of the terms of reference, but I just wanted to highlight a couple of key areas. The historical context that sets the stage in terms of the recognition of inherent rights, and of course, the agreed to go guiding principles. And I'll just name a few here: collaborative and transparent decision-making process, community-centered funding, equitable funding, culturally appropriate, equitable services and outcomes. And in terms of the mandate, again, as I'd mentioned, they're to oversee and guide the reform within the education systems to serve NAN communities by reviewing the reform policy and funding frameworks to support those systems. The other mandate is to develop a policy and funding framework which Canada will seek policy and funding authority to have direct access and more direct access to the Treasury Board through this process to speed up the process and to ask for perhaps additional funding. The scope. So we shall explore and critically assess all pieces of kind of reforms because we want to know where the bottlenecks are. So we want to try to help those tables to kind of free up any of those gaps or those obstacles that are happening so that we can get the results and the funding to the communities as well as to the students as quickly as possible. And then the membership will consist mainly of the decision makers. And through our process, of course, you mandate and you recommend through the resolution. There is an accountability process there, but for the government, we don't have that game where officials will say, well, I'll have to take it up to the next level. Well, there's no other level to go but to the minister and the assistant deputy minister of those programs. So the buck stops there. So that's what we want to try to do, is to try to speed up that process for some of those areas. So finally, the next steps, we sent letters to three key tables, the NAN education jurisdiction, the Ontario table on interim funding arrangement, and NAN seventh youth inquest. Again, we wanted to identify where those gaps exist and why there's so many delays. We also want to analyze those reports and we want to identify those obstacles. And we also want to inform you in terms of where the priorities should be focused in on. And through the mechanisms of course, the NAN Education Committee, the NAN Chiefs Committee on Education, and then also through the Education Department, develop strategies as well as priorities for the reset table. So we're not dictating, we're just getting direction and more information from you in terms of how to proceed. And then, of course, we'll continue to update and provide feedback to any of the tribal councils, communities through meetings, conferences such as this, and community visits. So we'll just leave it at that. But I just wanted to thank you very much because I know that's an awful lot of information to take in. But the whole idea is to make sure that you're informed because we're at the beginning of the process, not at the end or not midway stream. And I believe that that sometimes when you're informed of this, you feel like a lot of activity has been done without you. But I just wanted to stress the fact that, yeah, there has been a lot of work. It takes a lot of work to get to a point where you could start agreeing to negotiate with another side that has a history of not agreeing to negotiate, not agreeing to fund and support the way that we want to choose to educate our students and our children. And think about back to that picture, of those children and those students that were geese hunting. They didn't have any constraints. They learned a lot about life, who they are, where they come from, and what their creator has given them. And I just wanted to ask you this. Think of you when you were that age. How lucky you would have been to be involved in that and to still get an education. But at least you were given an opportunity where rather than looking at four walls or a fence, you're able to be on the land and do the things that you love, and yet freedom. And that's what I hope education for NAN will be, is freedom. Freedom to learn, freedom to be your own person, freedom to be the best that you can be, and to be proud to be a person that's from Anishinaabe Nation. So with that, miigwech, and thank you for listening to me.
Great. Murray. I was gonna jump on you.
Thank you. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for that presentation, Murray. It's certainly a lot of work ahead of us, and hopefully that everybody's going to chip in and get the work done, because it's we can't forget who are we working for. And as Murray said, we're working for the children. And the better education base we have leading into the future, it's gonna make it that much easier in the future to get things done. Because if you talk about governance, you're talking about a process that's gonna take a lot of years. I think some of you have heard me say that it's gonna take a long time to get to that base that we're where we hope to be. But the more educated people we have, and I'm not talking about the education system that's out there right now, about the education system that we develop ourselves. What would be good? As the chief said this morning, he doesn't want to send his children out anymore. He wants them in the community. And then that is what we have a chance to do. And we should move forward in that. So what I've been told to do is invite everybody up to the stage. Everybody. There's one leaving already. So what we want to do is we want to take a group picture. We want to post on both cameras and also wherever the media needs to be done. So everybody is on stage or up here? In front here. Okay, so everybody come on up here. Right now, because before we break, so we're gonna have time to do that.
It's for Pink Shirt Day, say.
Yeah.
It's for Pink Shirt Day.
For our Pink Shirt Day, that's what they're celebrating. Everybody, come on. Behak, Behak, it's not as cool or not. Including Barney. Barney's got to be up here too. Barney. That's for the Pink Shirt Day. Everybody. And the photo. Come on, Mike. Come on up. Come on. BG6, Behak. But you can't. No, up here, you gotta go up here. You're not gonna fit in the front there, you can go in the front there, yeah, in the front. Okay, move back, that way. Get everybody into the picture.
Go ahead. To be honest, I was surprised.
We're loud. Okay, what we're gonna do is, we didn't have a break yet, so we're gonna take a break. 15-minute break, and after that, we'll have a question and answer on the NAN education table over here that was provided by Terry Oakman. By Mr. Albus, how's that? By Murray Albus. So we'll take a 15-minute break right now.
Okay. Yeah, bless you first.
I don't want that picture. Yeah, yeah.
Are you still living in town?
Oh, yeah. Well, I bought a house here, sir. Keep it on.
Well, this should be okay.
Whoa. Okay, maybe we can get started again. Murray, you're up. And any. There was other people supposed to join them.
Jonathan.
Yeah.
Kathy, and Chris. Unless Murray wants to call them up.
Yeah.
Are you gonna call up your team?
Your team,
Join you?
yeah.
Hey, can I have Chris Rapson as well as Jonathan Kakagamic to come up here? Where the try our best to answer questions about the reset and where things are at. So just to give again, just to give you a little bit of background in terms of some of the updates that we've been involved in. Our first one was at the Special Assembly back in January. After signing, we provide an update to the chiefs in Assembly at the Valhalla Inn. Back in January, just to update them to identify where things are at. It was kind of a learning experience too, and it was a good experience because there was a lot of questions about the presentation in terms of what is the reset table? What is it doing? And how does everything fit? And I think that what we also were able to learn from that process was how we can work together without or else just while our deputy was ill. So that was a big factor in terms of trying to provide an update, as a lot of the answers that could have been answered, or else questions that were answered or that could have been answered by the deputy at the time. But unfortunately, he fell ill, and we had to kind of make adjustments to do our best to provide as much answers. So with any negotiation process, I mean, this is just the beginning. So the presentation just highlighted a lot of the background activities that had occurred just to get to the point of actually getting Canada to the table. And also agreeing to like a mutually agreed upon terms of reference. So a lot of it wouldn't have happened if it wasn't for the relationship that our deputy had with the Minister of ISK, Indigenous Services Canada, Patty Haidu. And I know that Minister Haidu has a lot of priorities, but certainly the education of First Nations children, as well as people from Thunder Bay, because she's from Thunder Bay, really gets to her heart. So I think we're very fortunate, and the timing was perfect to have this arrangement with a minister that is so-called in our backyard. So we've also been getting a lot of advocacy as well from our MPP Solomon Mamakwa. So I would also like to acknowledge him too, because I know that he's been, really kind of behind in terms of making sure that we get our voice is heard at the provincial level as well. So hats off to MPP Solomon Mamaqua. So I think he's been doing an excellent job. Again, the reset table, as I'd mentioned, is not designed to replace the current education jurisdiction process or to overtake any table such as the inquest. There was a recognition from our deputy that things weren't going well at some of those tables because there was a high turnover from government, and also there wasn't really too many accountability factors. The other thing too that was happening, as I had mentioned, the national process, there was a couple of reviews that were done at the national level. One was on post-secondary. And the other process, and if you know post-secondary, there are a couple of main programs. Everybody's probably used the student support program to get sponsored to go to college as well as university. And in my view, it's been a very successful program. And then the other one is to provide operational support through community-based programming. That was the actual original intent, to support the operations of post-secondary institutes. And through that funding, as well as the Ministry of Colleges, as well as universities, institutions, post-secondary institutions such as Oshkosh, Pamajuan, the Winjack Educational Institute is able to operate and to provide funding. I think the biggest flaw with that is the lack of core funding, and also the acknowledgement that the cost of going to school as a post-secondary student has just gone up and up and up, and there's been no kind of recognition of any sort of inflation, cost of living, and First Nations are forced to either through their own sources of revenue, through impact benefit agreements or through the Casino Rama Fund, in order to supplement students to go to school. So I think that those are a lot of issues that are happening, but there's also issues that are happening within our council-operated schools and issues that have occurred with our boarding home students. So it's an opportunity for us to also have another mechanism, because at the national level we lost funding. Ontario lost funding through these national reviews in terms of funding, and as I'd mentioned, I think it was 1.4 or 1.6 million that the Ontario post-secondary institutions lost. It doesn't sound like much, it may not, but it does make an impact on those institutes, and there's 9 institutes in Ontario. 7 of them are part of the consortium, and they were able to lobby because there's 3 levels within the Ontario post-secondary system. There's the university level, or else the pillar, college pillar, and now there's an Indigenous Institutes pillar. And that's big because no other province or any jurisdiction has it. So I hope that Ontario invests heavily into the institutes, because the amount of graduates that we produce with the meager funds that we get is substantial. And they go to our schools because they feel welcome. They go to there to learn, and they get a good quality education. So in terms of questions about the reset, as I'd mentioned, Deputy Grand Chief came in with the national process not being fair. We also had the Chiefs of Ontario that was dealing with a lot of these issues, but not addressing NAN-specific issues. And we also had processes that were very non-specific, like the education jurisdiction, the NAN youth inquest, that was very specific to NAN. So we didn't want to, I guess the reset table didn't want to let those go off course as well, because they're important to the provision of education to our students and also to our communities. Choose life, all those other Jordan's principles enhance the provision of education to our students. There's also an acknowledgement too that we need to start thinking about our human resources, teachers. And I know that on a larger context, Ontario as well as Canada, there's a teacher shortage. We all are aware that there's a medical professional shortage, but there's a teacher shortage that's even, we've been dealing with it for decades. But it's even getting more apparent. And through our consultation with our information sharing process, we heard from a tribal council loud and clear that, that they can't get teachers. And I know that a community that I work with has a triple grade for their teaching staff, just because they can't get them. So we also need to look at trying to invest into our own people so that we could get into that. But these aren't things that are new. They've always been there. But I think that this is the whole point of the education jurisdiction. We have an opportunity to get the resources that we need in order for that. But also too, we also want to make sure that the government's accountable. But we also have, I guess, a streamline right to the minister. And we have a shortcut, I guess, for lack of a better term, to Treasury Board submissions. Because right now, ISK is our lobbyists. ISK sends a business case to the Treasury Board on our behalf. And ISK is the one that is supposed to argue for us. And that's almost a conflict of interest if you think about it. Whereas you have other industries such as the airline industry, they hire lobbyists to lobby for more funding or for more guideline leniencies, things like that. So other industries are able to do that. So I think that we have the ability to lobby for ourselves, and I think that's part of what we want to try and do here. But again, it's not a replacement to overstep our boundaries for First Nations education authorities. And we already have existing processes through the education jurisdiction process. But how do we strengthen those? And that's generally how we want to proceed. So with that, just a little bit of background, but I've asked Chris Rapson to join me. He's the legal counsel, or else he represents legal counsel. But they also do some other work that might be related to some of the questions that may be asked. And then Jonathan Kakagamek, who's been a long-standing principal as well as educator for quite a while. So he brings a curriculum perspective, language and culture, but also how instruction is given within the school system and what works and what doesn't. So we're very lucky to have him as well. So we could start by, I guess, seeing whether if anybody has any questions. Maybe if you could raise your hand, and I'm not really too sure if there's a microphone. Okay, Claudia has a microphone, so if you want to just raise your hand and just ask a question, we'll do our best to provide some sort of feedback. Got Jerry Kerr at the back.
Good morning. Murray, I just wanted to make a point. We did a study a couple of years ago and talking about teacher recruitment. And we interviewed teachers who were leaving and asked, well, why are you leaving? What are the reasons that you're leaving? We thought that the number one reason would be salary, but it wasn't. The number one reason was the inability to join the Ontario Teachers Pension Plan. And I think that's something, I know some NAN communities have that now figured out and have joined the Ontario Teacher Pension Plan. But when recruitment gets tough, teachers are going to go to places where they can get on that the teacher pension plan. And they'll also leave First Nations to go to places that have that plan. So it's possible to get on that plan. I just encourage communities that aren't on it to do that. And if anyone during the course wants to talk to me about it, I can give you some ideas. So just wanted to bring that up. By the way, the other top three were, second was accommodation, particularly in the remote communities, not satisfied with that. And then third was salary. So.
So I didn't get your second one there, Jerry. I don't know if the note taker got that. Oh, or else teacher accommodations. So basically the three is the teacher pension plan, teacher accommodation, and salary, right? Okay. At our most recent conference call, the issue of teacher pension and also what came out of one of our tribal council information sessions is exactly that, teacher recruitment and retention, and how do we develop that. But also too, I think that there's precedents that are just being set up. It's like what Jerry said, there is an opportunity to get into the teacher's pension plan. But I know that that issue is far-reaching as well. I think that that definitely was brought up and will be addressed at one of our meetings in terms of how we can proceed on more of a globalized level for NAN, in terms of how we could get our teachers signed up for that pension plan. Of course, there's been a lot of studies that have been done already, and that's exactly the point of one of the points of the presentation. Let's start coordinating just to implement on some of those recommendations that some of these kind of reports and studies have sort of issued. So thank you very much. Here, Jerry.
Hey, Maria, I just have a quick question. Yep. And I know we talked about this before, and I always like to get back to kind of like simple. So I'm trying to wrap my brain around how we ensure that the communities, of course, are at the, so when we talk about that model, so you've got the communities in the middle, and then you have the education committee that I'm so grateful to be a part of, where we're actually, listening to what the communities are saying, what the challenges are, all of those pieces. And then, now it kind of seems like we have two extra steps to get through and processes to work through to be able to then have that conversation more thoughtfully. And again, I'm simple, so I'm like, where is that kind of value add, recognizing and honoring that our GIMAs, our chiefs, everyone's busy. Like, people are super, super busy. So again, was it Canada that imposed that structure where they said, we need to have this, extra layer, or was it NAN saying it, or kind of how does that work? Because I think everyone that, I've had the benefit of speaking with is just trying to make sure that we're doing things, in a good, efficient way. Because again, like, people are really, really busy. And so pulling people together, I think, is the biggest barrier that I see right now, is getting people actually booked for a meeting. Is one of the biggest challenges that we're facing. So it's, how do we create that efficiency? So I guess I asked that question before, and I still am unsure of like how the system got set up.
Yeah. Well, NAN's got a process, and basically, for some reason or other, and the process is that there's always been a Chiefs Committee on education, and for whatever reason, it got dismantled, probably due to the lack of activity or the lack of meetings or participation or both. But in order for us to have, another mechanism in place, we need that committee, in addition to the technicians, to give us that solid advice when we go to and when we come from the actual table. And I think that's an important part, because the chiefs are appointed by their tribal councils within the terms of reference, much like the technicians are, or else the NAN Education Committee. But I think that because this is a process where we need an extra mechanism such as a committee to establish that relationship with, in order to make sure that we have accountability that the chiefs have set up. We want to make sure that there's credibility there also too. I mean, yeah, sure, that's an extra layer, but that's also an extra layer of accountability that we have to meet. So there is a little bit of threshold that we want to kind of reestablish with that. And I guess the leadership has wanted to make sure that was in place, or else that was kind of reestablished.
And I appreciate that, and I think that that's really key, and what you said is important, and we talked a lot about this yesterday, actually, in the relational governance kind of workshop as well, is having very, very clear expectations at each of those levels, I think, is going to be incredibly key in order to make this successful. Because if we're expected, to do that work, we need to be able to do that work to be able to then give that information to the chiefs and the GIMAs, who are then going to be advocating for. It really needs to be clear, I think, so that everyone feels purpose. Because the reason that people sometimes don't come to meetings or don't do things is because they don't understand why they're there, what the purpose, what the intent, what the goal is. So if we can be very, very clear for the education committee, like from the communities, from the education committee to the chiefs, so that we're supporting them in their decision, so that they're not redoing the work. I think that's going to be really, really key in this process. And then being able to trust each other. And so that our GIMAs trust that the technicians know, and the education committee trusts that the community knows what is happening. And we need to be able to listen to the community and say, this is what they're saying, and we need to be able to move that forward, right? So I think there's going to be a really key exercise on purpose that needs to be embedded in this process.
Absolutely, and that's great advice, because of the fact that we're at the beginning of the process. And we also want to acknowledge the work that currently exists too, and that's why we'd asked for those letters, so that we can do the analysis as well, but also make sure that the NAN Education Committee, the actual technicians and the chiefs are aware, what these letters are all about, where the actual gaps or the actual blockages of progress are, and get advice in terms of how we can kind of proceed and bring those issues forward. I mean, again, too, this is a NAN-specific process. It's not an AFN process. It's not Chiefs of Ontario. We have a direct link to the minister. NAN has a direct link to the minister, as well as the top kind of bureaucrats, to make sure that we try to get some of these stopping points addressed. And we also want to assess where some of the tables are at too, just to provide some objective feedback. And to also help steer them in terms of right direction. It's not just the reset table, it's the NAN Education Committee, the Chiefs Committee on Education. And we also want to make sure that we have the clear, concise information to go back to the Assembly and inform the chiefs at the forum, at the kind of respective forums. But we also want to make sure that the chiefs that are in that committee are fully informed and fully involved as much as possible. But we understand that everybody's busy too, so we want to cut through and get to the key areas so that we at least we could provide that information back and forth. But the advantage, again, is that we have a direct avenue, and we don't have to rely on the Chiefs of Ontario, the Assembly of First Nations. We have a NAN-specific process.
Hello. Hello, Murray.
Hey, Tony.
Sorry I didn't text you back. Okay, I got two comments here. One is language. It's been talked about before already on NAN's chiefs, I believe, last year.
Yeah.
And it's not really going fast, as you know, NAN knows that we're losing our language rapidly, and this language should be worked on from NAN. For us, I guess, to get it back early. The funding we have is not what do you call that, enough in our school anyway. We only have one native language, and she doesn't have time. What I mean is, she only has a little time every morning or every day for these grades to do like 20 minutes each. We got 5 classrooms, and it doesn't work. We need funding, like maybe have 2 positions or stuff like that. The problem is the money. And we have some elders that speak the language still. And also land base, NAN should help us out in getting these kind of things. I don't know where it's at right now, but for us, it's not it's in the bottom kind of thing, because of funding. And the other thing is, if we get into NAN, how many percentage in terms of funding will be taken off for NAN to get? Yeah, megats.
So what I'm getting from your question, Tony, is a couple of things. Is that there needs to be advocacy for more resources for native language. And also to support more staff, and also the way that the delivery of language is done, not just within the classroom, but more on a land-based, or more flexibility to provide those funding, or else to like provide language as an opportunity for an area of instruction for the students. The way that currently the language is handled, just to create some context for people, is that Canada, I guess, delegates that authority, or else that mandate, to the Canadian Heritage Fund. And the fund, I can't remember what the amount is these days, but it was previous, about a decade ago, or over a decade ago, it was 40 million. I'll just use that as an example. And then when Harper got in, he cut it to 20 million. And there was a national, I guess, proposal process to apply for the funding, and that's what currently exists right now. A lot of the information that we're getting, and I mean, it's no mystery, everybody has to do it, it's proposal driven. And when you compare a system, and the only way to compare is through the provincial school system. There's a lot that's been given as grant. It's just a given, like there's a certain formula that's plugged in, and that's where that interim funding formula is supposed to provide more funding equity. But through that federal process, each education authority, as well as organization that deals with language, applies to that every year, and they either get the funding approval or not, based on the allocation. And that's generally how students are, and then there's an allowance, I believe it's $1,500 now, through this interim funding formula for language, that First Nations Council Operated Schools can access. But that has only been through the interim funding formula approach. So it hasn't really been long-standing. And I think that for those who have attended that language conference a couple of weeks ago in Toronto, it's not just NAN, but it's everywhere. The language, the rate of language loss is immense. And I think that that's something that, as Tony said, and as one of our advisors said, there's 3 key areas that we need to focus in on: language, culture, and curriculum, in order for us to turn that around for our schools and for our communities. And I think that that's what, I don't want to put words in Tony's mouth, but I think that's what you're trying to get at, is we need to start thinking about how do we focus on those 3 core areas and getting more funding for those areas. In terms of the second question, that's a business question. That's a flow-through funding arrangement question, so I can't really answer that in terms of what NAN gets in terms of flow-through percentage or whatever. That's something that's more of an administrative question in terms of how agreements are signed by government and how the money flows into the communities. But I guess the issue there is that you want to have as much available funding go to the student and to the programs, and less to operations as well as administering the funds. And that's been a long-standing issue too, in terms of how these agreements are arranged. So I hope that I answered your question there, Tony. Thank you very much.
Hi, my name is David Meekis from Deer Lake First Nation. How long do you see this process taking? How long do you see results? How long will our children have to wait to see these results from all these meetings? I know it's not you can't tell me the exact date, but how long do you see this process taking?
Well, since we haven't had a formal sort of sit-down table meeting, but we also have a working group that comprises of people within that table to work on coordinating and arranging the agenda and setting up the agenda. But through that work, so through that collaboration, some of the results, or like there has been a result, a substantive result. I can't really say who it is and what it is, but there's been an investment made just because of our collaboration that there was like a significant investment that's been sort of arranged. But again, too, the goal is to look at these tables. Where are they at? You know, and I know that the self-government, or else the education jurisdiction process has been a long process. And it's arranged that way on purpose because it takes time to inform communities. And the government dictates a lot of that process. And as Ben had mentioned, it's been, he's been through that process for quite a while. And it'll continue to be a longer process, right? But again, too, as the process happens, you're still, like all the communities are still under the Indian Act and are subjected to the policies that are under that Indian Act. And those policies are developed by the government of the day, normally, or they're rearranged to take on a new face. So you had Harper government, for an example, had 3 programs: student success program, the education partnerships program, and the parent and student community engagement. So that's a policy driven by the government of the day, which is Prime Minister Stephen Harper, and based on the mandate of how he wanted to deal with the education system, and there was funding that was tied to it, and that was influenced by it. And that was generally how it is. Now we have the interim funding formula. That's another twist in terms of a comparability exercise. But I don't see extra money coming from the Treasury Board to fund that. And a lot of times, government is famous for, reprofiling money, making an apple look like an orange when it's actually an apple, right? So it's just flowing money through, but still there's no extra money that's being thrown in, maybe the odd time, but really nothing substantive. And the whole idea of the self-government agreement is that you have an agreement that outlines what the resourcing will be for at least 5 years based on the actual elements within the education system that you negotiate. And it's up to the communities to really decide if they want to, if that's a better deal for them, or if they want to still stay within the Indian Act.
Deputy Chief Wanaman. Ngayon ninadala mga tipisan at ganatis naman magkano mo tikatik kinabay kayon. Ewan ka naman ko aning asya kontikate gwen mo Cuando voy que daban de su gabinete tomaban chica de coches o que daban es seguro. No me da chelo tomaban que tomaban manano al pio madan tkatik. 1999 as we got Mistana Yakisi Mantkate Kue Knamagan Ukuma Gani Chigate Gano Chigate Education Jurisdiction Moscow Sionja Ginat Knamagik Singing the baseball tonight, Equatia, Kiamascosia, Kamadon Gunan, Kinatutuan, Kaman, Anigas Krama, Siak, Kirukia, Siak, Kivini, Kanamat, Ugmat, Sunani, Jastanik, Minagus, Nanak. Minagina, Dantka, Musuma, Zini, Dantku, Putigazini. Kiamatuga, the Stigate, Kue. Mensuites now came to Yukrana Ganit Emanatstock. And Kanako Kaya Doma Kajiknama Kimat Shikana. As the 7 guardians women Shamak. Ukuma, one of the Anishkanasak. Maybe the man here. Untuk sebenarnya selama emang juga kan tentu jumpa jika nama kita mesti kena makan mesti digital amalan jika makan ada tekanan siak amalan digital instan ke language and identity and our heritage are identified by our language. Memang exchange here. So, I say that for one man, I'm a deputy chief. I've been in leadership positions for many years in my community. I just come here to update myself on the progress of this non-education jurisdiction negotiations. I've been hearing about for many years now, almost 30 years now, I guess, if we started in 1999. It's been so slow, and I guess that's why I want to reset it. Anyway, I was just commenting on the language, and in terms of jurisdiction, the way our elders have taught me is that we already have that jurisdiction. It's a God-given right, an inherent right that we possess already. And how we should teach our children, it's up to us. Know how to bring about children, what they should know, how they should do this, how they should speak, how they should know their history, and all that. We determine that. That's our jurisdiction. But we have been dependent on other governments and their imposed curriculum on our people and on our children, what we should teach in the schools and what we cannot teach in the schools. So to me, that's what I think of jurisdiction and our inherent rights. I guess the problem we have is that we don't have the resources. I don't know why. Those governments we're talking to, they took away our resources that we used to teach and live our lives in our community. Anyway, that's just my opening beef. But my question is, my question was, after all these years, do we know what our system is going to look like? And how much it will cost? And when we shall teach in our schools? Do we know all that now? Because I think that's what we should be doing, is identifying what our system will look like and how much it would cost. And then go to the governments and tell them this is how much funding we need. We don't ask them how we're going to teach our children. We've already determined that. And that's what I think. That's what I was going to ask. And that's a short question. That's a short question. May naman niya. Ikagandaan niya. Mas naman pichagay na po. Ikagandaan. Azos kituwatan ka. Adik kandang niya. Ayos na kutukwag. Pagmanag. Kumagandang. Ang nilagay na tig. Ang nilagay na kitig. Misugay kagay panazay. Siso tabay kukumaan. Misalnya sekolah kali kali sunya kali terima, ini cuma ni teman ya, bigat.
Thank you, Deputy Chief Dean Camardi. Those are excellent questions, and that's, I think, why we're here today, is to do more of that work in terms of how much it's going to cost, because we do have a negotiation team, and there has been work, as Jerry had mentioned, in terms of some aspects like teachers' pensions, and there's been a lot of there's schools. We need to have new schools, so a lot of that costing in terms of what is needed for our education. Yeah. And you're right, we don't need anybody to tell us how to educate our kids. But that's what normally happens when our students go to a provincial school system. And even within language curriculum that's within the province, they're trying to dictate how language is taught, or our own language being taught in their school system. So those are three really good questions that we all have to ask ourselves. But again, too, that's the whole point of why we're here, is to listen and to get feedback and wisdom from people who have been around. As Deputy Chief has been around for a very long time, and he's been at a lot of these forums. So like, I don't think I could answer those questions, but I just wanted to kind of state those, because those are good questions. So we'll take one more question before lunchtime. So thank you very much for asking questions so far, Miigwech.
Thank you. Hi there. I have a question more like on an educator's perspective. As I'm wondering, because there's been a lot of confusion about this, we have multiple First Nations, like some Ojibwe and some are Cree, that are coming to the school. And then we have our regular population students as well. I was wondering, will NAN design a generic curriculum that staff can use to deliver content to be academically accurate, culturally mindful? Will NAN generate lands-based teachings that we could use and implement them into academic content in our schools? Like, will there be a book we can follow?
I will defer that to my colleague here, who has more of the teaching and the formal education background.
Good morning. I was wondering when he's going to ask me to answer some questions. Okay, that's a good question. So I just want to make a few comments on Tony's questions. I think that our language is in crisis, and over the years, there's been tribal councils and groups has done good work in trying to address it. When I referred to Shugama, Matthew's team, with McKinney there, and Kurt, who is here today as well. And I think moving forward with this concept that you're developing, it's important that we recognize all the past work over the years done by our people to continue to use them or revive them. And when you talk about the cost of funding for a language, we only get $1,500. And what we found out these past couple of years, the French get $4,500. So there's a huge gap there. And I was in Manitoba visiting our good friend Gavin, and they done good work, and we're going to hear more about what they do. But they're asking for $5,500. So that's the process that we want to do with this reset table, is to fill in these gaps and to ask the amount that's appropriate for our needs. And I think that's, so back to the Ontario curriculum. You know, when you look at the curriculum, I've been in the education system all my life. I went to the urban schools, but you know, when I think back at my career, it hasn't done justice for us. And it goes right back to the residential school years. So how do we expect success by continuing using the system that put into us where we are today with all the trauma and things that our youth go through, right to the inquest? So this process is going to address that. It goes right down to the curriculum. You know, the UN, how we identify ourselves as nations, we have 3 components: language, culture, and traditions. So that enables us to develop our curriculum to our own communities. You look at Sandy Lake, Keewaydin, there's so much history there with the Fort Severn River. And you move up to Chatsego and Bearskin, there's another set of history there. Our kids need to know who Frank McKay is. That's history. You know what I mean? They need to know who George Kakagamic is as chief. And even David Mikas in Deer Lake. I visited them one time, and I caught their conversation where I think my dad and mama were living there in the late 80s. But I remember I used to be able to fish off the shores by the teachers. Today you can't. So that's an example where we could teach our kids of how we have changed and the history, the historical part. So that is part of your question. We could do it. And I think that this process will allow that. When you look at NAN, there's 49 communities. It's a wide range of people. The Crees, then you got the Waban Tribal Council, Matawa, then the Silicon District. There's so many nations there. And how I use the analogy, that's like Europe. Why are we allowing the government to paint us one paintbrush the same when we're all unique? So this process will enable us to create an education system that's going to reflect who we are. And I think that people ask about time. You know, that time of delay or long, that's created by the government, the continued oppression. And I think that our chiefs, they had the right idea back in '99. So it's our duty to carry that forward. 2018, they finally signed it. I was there in Ottawa. when that happened. So that's another historical part that we could teach our kids. So I just want to encourage you to keep asking questions. And I think back to the language, we need to address the trauma that our residential schools put upon us. Because when I would ask my dad why he didn't teach me, he couldn't answer it. It was ingrained in him the 15 he was there that our language was bad. So we need to take that part, consider that when you start educating our kids and teaching them about our identity. So I just want to encourage you to keep that in mind. Land-based, same thing. You know, there's communities like Sand Lake, they have a great program for with their language-based programming. And I think with this system that you're going to create, we could make it standardized, if you want to use that Ontario curriculum word. But there's opportunity there, so that's just another example. Another thing was teacher recruitment. Donald there he did a good report. But you know, when we start creating the system, we could also create a system where we develop our own teachers. And there's nothing better than have your own, looking after your own. I think that's all I want to cover. All right, Miigwech.
Thank you, Jonathan. I was asked to ask Sherry to come up just to kind of explain about some of the curriculum that they've been working on, just as a department.
Hi. Just to speak on that, we actually don't develop curriculum. We let the communities, either as a community or as a tribal council, develop their own curriculum. But we do support any kind of assistance or support that we could provide in helping you to create your own curriculum. We do have, when Anna Marie was here, she created the Matokan language model. It was a group, elders, youth, and educators that worked together to create that Matokan language model. And from that, she has, well, you probably can't see it, but it's a culture-based education delivery handbook that would help to create a curriculum that's based on land-based learning. Let me see, she's got the mental health in there, secret path model, integrating land-based into academic, treaty learning, and then COVID was added at the end as well. So I can share that with you all if you would like to. I can hand it to Claudia and have it distributed. But we don't create the curriculum. We've been told, you know, that NAN is an advocacy group. We don't do that kind of stuff, but we will support in any way that we can. Thanks.
Good morning, everyone. Sorry, Murray,
No, that's okay.
it was me with the microphone, and I just wanted to thank you again, first for arranging today's session. I think it's an important thing that we get back to the table and start negotiating in earnest for better education systems for our communities. I was part of the crew that Dean Camardi was referencing. My name's Jason Batiste. I work for the Waban Tribal Council. I'm the executive director there, and I've been at it for about 30 years. Interestingly enough, as Dean was suggesting, it's about the same amount of time we've been working on education, jurisdiction, and better outcomes for our communities. And if I sound a little frustrated this afternoon, please forgive me, because I am, honestly. I'm looking around and I see a lot of familiar faces in the room. As an executive director, I don't delve in education all that much, other than to, you know, sort of get our folks that are more knowledgeable on the subject involved than I do on behalf of our community. So I guess my message is, for NAN is it's time to get at it. It's time, like it's been 24 years and millions and millions and millions of dollars that NAN has received to get the job done. And we're resetting, and I'm frustrated. And I'm not suggesting the job's not hard. I'm not suggesting it's not complicated. And I don't mean to sound like I'm complaining when I actually am. But we need a result. It might not be jurisdiction. It might be some more administrative type agreement with the province or with the feds. Whatever it looks like, I think we just need to see some progress and improvement. And that was the promise of when we started in 1988, 98, 99 with my friend Jerry Kerr, who's I haven't seen for a number of years, but he's sitting right next to me, and he remembers. He remembers all the work that we did in the communities with the consultation, the deep consultation we did for years with the communities. He remembers, and I remember, the curriculums that we developed and the tables that we set up. You talk about more tables. We had a curriculum table. We had an infrastructure table. We had all of those tables set up to feed into a larger negotiation. And we did that. And now we're back resetting something. And maybe I'm just struggling with the term resetting because that means starting over to me. That means somehow in my head I can't get over this notion that we're starting over after spending over $100 million. And I'll bet you that's the number, and Chicho will remember. We were on budgets of about $19 to $20 million a year for a decade or more. So there's over $100 million that went into this NAN exercise of negotiating self-government arrangements, AIPs. We signed on at the Waban Tribal Council, and we've been waiting. So my advice to the Deputy Grand Chief and to NAN is get to the negotiating table. Get at it. You have the data. You have the experts in the room. We have all the tools we need to make a better outcome for the communities. Will it be perfect? Probably not. But I've always said this, at least give the communities a chance to assess whether what they're doing now is, we don't like it, is what we're doing at NAN and proposing from NAN and proposing as a self-government agreement better, worse? And give the communities the opportunity to assess that and choose their future and whether or not what we're talking about at the negotiation table is better for them. And I'll finish with this. What's happening now I see is NAN is talking about programs. That wasn't the mandate, in my view, that we got to talk about programs. We gave the chiefs direction to go and talk about resetting or getting the system of self-government, right? Setting the principles at a high level so that the communities can focus on their own program. And that's where we need to stick, I think, is at the high level in resetting or at least setting the bar for the principles of an education system for NAN that works for NAN. So again, I apologize for sounding so frustrated, but I had a lot less gray hair when I started this in 1998, 99. I was on the education committee as a young feller, and I'm here in 2023 talking about this. It's incredible. 25 years later, I'm talking about this. So hopefully, Murray, you and your team can gather up, go to Canada, set a real negotiating table, set an agenda. We did that, right? I saw your terms of reference. We've had an agenda, terms of reference. We've had guidance. We've done all that work.
Yeah.
Grab some feds by the scruff, bring them into a table and start arguing for the resources that I'm hearing these people are talking about in this room. Get them the money they want. Anyway, that's my 10 cents. So thank you for listening.
Miigwech, Jason, thank you very much for that advice and also giving us that that insight as well. So we'll definitely do that. Miigwech.
Okay, so we're gonna break for lunch. I don't even know if it's ready to be set up yet. But we'll break for lunch and we'll be back 1 o'clock, I'm gonna extend the time. I'm gonna take some of the time from Derek to do his presentation on, what do you call it, on the, he's a lead negotiator. Maybe, Derek, you can address some of those questions that Jason's asking, okay? Yeah. So, we'll start again at 1 o'clock, okay? Thank you very much, panel.
Not sure.
Okay, before we start, I'm going to get Lucy to come and bless the food for us.
Hello? Hello?
Stand up.
Everybody stand up. No yam ya. We meet you, go meet you. Okay, let's pray. Shema doka xorsen. Knakum go we meet you, go meet you. Kagwajum go. Jumishka ke go maskauzi na jumishak ma. Kenya pichep aptakishkak. God our Father, we give you thanks for this food you have provided for our bodies. May it be a nourishment to our bodies and strength and grace for this afternoon. May Jesus be zonig. Amen.
Little by little. I'll drop something after. I gotta go to Washington. Okay, good afternoon, or is it afternoon now? But anyway, my name is Ben Chichu. I'm with the, actually I'm working for myself. But been asked to do the show to what do you call it? Try to get a perspective on some of the, what's that? Hello? Can you say something?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay. All right, I'm here. My name is Ben Chishu. I'm from Constance Lake First Nation. I'm asked to participate in this radio program that we have. This afternoon I have with me Dr. Matthew Wildcat from the University of Alberta. Matthew, I'm not going to introduce you. I think you should introduce yourself,
Sure.
okay?
Absolutely, yeah. Thanks for having me, and I'm honored to be hosted here by the Anishinaabe Nation, and it's beautiful looking out the window this morning and seeing Nanabuju across the lake, and it was the first time I really ever clearly saw the person lying on their back, I think, and so that was really special for me. I'm an assistant professor of political science and data studies at the University of Alberta. I'm also a member of Ermineskin Cree Nation. I grew up in Ermineskin Reserve, and I still do a lot of work in the community. And Ermineskin is not entirely unique, but also is part of a bigger community of Musqueambies, right? And there's the 4 First Nations, Samson, Weeble, and Montana. And so in many ways, I view myself as being part of that community of Musqueambies, just as much as being a member of Ermineskin Cree Nation, and I do work with both Ermineskin and Musqueambies, still to this day. So.
Okay, thank you for that introduction. Can you, I guess, in your work, in the research that you've done, can you describe some of the key concepts that you have come across, and or maybe some of the work that you have done in Alberta or anywhere else in Canada?
Yeah. So the big research project that I have ongoing right now, in something I envisioned lasting for many years, is called the Relational Governance Project. But in a way, I only started the Relational Governance Project about 2 years ago. But in some ways, I feel like it's kind of been ongoing since I was a teenager, almost, right? And so how I kind of envision its start, or the story that I tell people about, is that for me it was really about sitting down and having conversations with my family about how do we improve the governance of our community, right? And in particular, how do we improve the governance of Ermineskin Cree Nation? And that was just like an ongoing concern. People always, I feel like every dinner we had together, people wanted to talk about that, right? And a lot of times it revolved around traditional governance, like how do we revive all of these traditional practices? And I think the big, memory that I have of it, the longing, is that traditionally leaders had a lot of legitimacy. There was a lot of legitimacy behind the way in which people made group decisions. And there was a belief that the group had a real capacity and ability to do things well with each other, right? And then I think part of that also is today thinking, are we happy with how we make decisions together? Are we happy with how we do things together, right? And I think oftentimes it is true that people, there's a lack of trust, and there's issues or concerns around, are we going to do things right? And all of those things contribute to a very difficult decision. And so for me, it was always really focused in for many years on how would Ermineskin Cree Nation reform itself to be a more traditional governance system, right? But over time, I started to even question am I asking the right question here? Like, is this the right scope to be asking of, like, how do we think about how Ermineskin transforms itself? And I started to wonder, especially because Ermineskin is part of this larger community of Musquechies, is there a way in which it's also important to think about how First Nations transform their relationships with each other, right? And I started to really think through, okay, maybe the level that we have to think at is between First Nations as well, you know, in these like inter-Indigenous relationships. And part of, for me, was then coming to realize, you know what, this may be an equally important way to revive traditional governance, thinking about the relationships between First Nations, especially because, you know, traditionally, there would have been regional orders, right, of how people, different communities were connected with each other. And it didn't mean that at the local level, communities didn't have the ultimate say over how they ran themselves, but it also meant that they were connected into a larger group and set of relationships where they also considered other people, right? And sometimes acted together as well. And so that is really how, for me, this relational governance project came about, is starting to think at that level of like, what do the relationships mean between communities, and how do we think about the revival of traditional governance at that level?
In looking at what the project that you're doing, what is the how do you get around, not get around, but how do you address the Indian Act, what they call it, part of the discussion that needs to take place?
Yeah, so, you know, this is how I think of the Indian Act, right? So like, you know, traditionally, and, you know, I don't mean to, if people don't like this word, you know, I hope people take me in good faith, but traditionally we had decentralized governance, and the way in which I think of that is, you know, decentralized governance just means in any given community and any given system, you had lots of different leaders. That's all that means to me. And then centralized governance means you have one leader who has the ultimate say and they are on top of everyone else, right? And so for me, the transition from traditional to Indian Act, a big, huge key part of that is the transition from decentralized leadership structures to a centralized leadership structure where you just have a single chief, you know, who is at the head of the table, right? And so I think with the Indian Act, part of what we think is like, okay, how do we evolve back to a decentralized system? But part of what allowed a decentralized system to operate, I think, is that people had choices about who they would live with, right? And people maintained this through seasonal gatherings, right? In the summertime, you'd have these larger encampments, and it gave people an opportunity, if they didn't like their situation, to leave with a different group, right? And this is all facilitated because you had a wide set of kinship relations across the, you know, a vast network of communities, right? And it gave people those opportunities to withdraw their participation in the community, and it really held leaders to account. There was a certain legitimacy to it, right? And so today, when we talk about it, we don't have that same kind of ability. And so for me, the thinking about the Indian Act is not just from a decentralized to a centralized, but also from a regionally interconnected order to one that gets broken apart, and then people are more onto themselves as well, right? And so for me, it's not just about, we can't just remove the Indian Act, we also have to think about that regional character of our governance and how we revive that as well, in addition to getting rid of the Indian Act and thinking about, you know, all of the blockages that creates.
Yeah, because when you look at, okay, when you look at regional governance or some order of that, like regional government, do you see it from a perspective that I mean, you talk about the hierarchy of that government. Do you see it from a perspective, a group of First Nations unite to do something? They don't have the one leader type of what you call, they have a group of leaders. Do you see that as something that might work? I mean, I think there's a lot of give and take that's got to take place, but what happens is there's so much everybody right now, what I think, that's my personal thinking, what the Indian Act has brought us is that system of one this person that's supposed to be the chief.
Yeah.
Because I know for sure we never had that. We never had that. Now today we have a chief. Now we're looking for a ways to, what do you call it, to get beyond that. So what's happening to us, I think it's that because for 140 years or so, we've been taught to have the chief.
Yeah.
Now we're trying to get beyond that or under that, whatever.
Yeah.
Where you see community participation in the governance.
Yeah.
Because we all talk about the lack of trust there is for the leadership, because in the Indian Act, you're not answerable to the people. You're answerable. The chief is answerable to the act itself. So the control is there. Am I correct in saying that?
Yeah, no, I absolutely think that, and part of what I also think about, the rise of the Indian Act, and it's kind of pushed this type of thinking where people, you're accountable to the government, but because of that relationship has gone so poorly over time, the idea of having to think about how do we relate to others? How do we share authority, share resources, work together, make decisions together, is so difficult to do under a history where you've constantly had your self-governing powers taken away, right? And so the idea of sharing with others can actually look like more colonialism, but I don't think it needs to be, right? And so, an analogy I might draw, which hopefully would connect into, I think, people's understandings is, you have this idea in many Indigenous communities of the ethic of non-interference, right? So it's like you shouldn't tell people what to do. You can't intervene in people's lives. You have to give people that opportunity to decide for themselves, right? You don't go and force people into doing things, right? And so we have this ethic of non-interference, but it exists quite complementary alongside a real value on the collective, a real value on placing the community ahead of the individual, right? And so when I talk to a lot of non-Indigenous people, they're like, I always hear people talk about this ethic of non-interference or some kind of variant of it, right? And they're like, I don't get it. You sound like a libertarian, right? There should be no government, no one should ever talk to each other. There's, no relationships ever. And I say, no, that's not what people are saying when they say that. You really have to give that ability to individuals to make decisions for themselves. That's a really important part of our worldviews. But at the same point, individuals have that responsibility to think about the collective, to think about how they contribute back to the collective, and to really value that the collective is what allows them as an individual to be supported and to have that capacity to make decisions for themselves, right? And I think we can take that same analogy, that same kind of mode of thinking, and apply it out to the way in which different First Nations relate today at a regional level, right? Is you're still giving that ability to communities to be the ultimate decision makers, but at the same point, there has to be the generating of a collective ethos of how is it that, what are the obligations that communities owe to each other, and what are the responsibilities that we owe to each other, right? And I think part of that is, yes, we ultimately hold the ability to make decisions for ourselves, but part of that is we should also be able to explain to other communities how those decisions are part of a collective endeavor of how we work together in order to benefit each other and to bring each other up together, right? And so I think all of that thinking exists, but sometimes we forget it because from a Western standpoint, what has been drilled down to people is either you're completely independent, sovereign unto yourself, or you're within a larger system where you're subject to a higher authority who is going to be have a hierarchy over you, right? And it's either one or the other, and we forget that we have all of these other things in our traditions which allow us to balance both together, something that would look to be in tension, but is actually can be quite complementary.
Yeah, because one of the things that happens in discussions amongst Aboriginal people is exactly that way. I think you heard it here today, somebody saying, how much money are you going to get if we set up the system? Okay, which is a good question.
Yes, absolutely.
Nothing wrong with the question, But I think we need to be clear on how that authority we're giving somebody, how it's going to play out. And I think that we had 3 or 4 questions that came out of the session that relate to that. Because if there's no clear authority and there's no clear understanding what's going to happen, then you get the mistrust and all that kind of things that take place.
Absolutely, yeah. And, you know, building up trust, is such a hard endeavor, right? But I think part of what we forget is that it is a chicken and egg sort of situation, where it's like, okay, does the trust come first or does the work come first, right? And so ultimately, though, I think you build trust by doing things together, right? And yes, there's some failures and missteps involved, but ultimately trust can only come because you've created outcomes and you've created success. That's how you build trust with people, is you do things together, you're successful together, and then you come to see each other as partners, right? As something you can do. And so it does present a real challenge, I think, this trust building exercise when people work together, because it actually requires you to take first steps without fully knowing that it's going to work out in the end, right? But you have to do that in order to get to that space where you're generating those shared outcomes, which builds that trust. And, for me, I love this definition of leadership from this researcher in the United States who is involved in a lot of social movements, and he says, what leadership is taking responsibility for enabling others to achieve shared purpose in the face of uncertainty. And I think that last part, in the face of uncertainty, is the real key bit, because if we think that what leadership is gaining certainty over everything and controlling everything, and then once you've gained that certainty, you take that step, you just always put off that decision, right? And so part of that leadership is that, it's not just blindly taking steps and just doing things for the sake of doing things. It's part of that, you have to take responsibility for enabling people to come together to achieve that shared purpose that is able to be identified through the work that you do, but it's always going to exist in that face of uncertainty as well.
Yeah, I think you're quite correct in saying that, because I think what people are looking at is how are they going to get involved? How are a person at a local level, and they hear this with all the media and everything we have, they hear stories, and like you cannot put any kind of, what do you call it, personally anyway, any credence to that kind of media. Half of it, in my mind, is made up. You know what I mean? But people in the community that don't know that hear that, and then they walk away. They walk away from that and take that into the memory bank. And then when you start talking to them about things like traditional governance and all that, it seems to, that's what they've heard seems to weigh on some of the things that it's almost like a fear factor. You get, if you're going to go with traditional governance, what's going to happen to our people? What's going to happen? It goes back to that point where you're talking about it's a money thing. It's money. And I mean, rightfully so. It should be rightfully so, but you cannot allow that to dominate your truthful and Aboriginal thinking. To me, I mean, the process that we're looking at here, like we're looking at education, there's going to be more resources. There's going to be, I guarantee there's going to be more resources to do the things that we want to do. But how do we get there? How do we, take the next step? That's the thing.
So with this research project, the relational governance project that I'm running, a lot of it is built out in Maskwacis. We had the Maskwacis Education Schools Commission, and previously, all the 4 nations operated their own school systems. And over the course of a commission, research was put together, a community engagement was done, all of the, the readiness reports, business case, all of that was put together in order for people to feel confident about making a decision to create a unified school system, right? And it happened over the course of about 24 months, and so it was quite quick to, to put that together. But if you start to draw it back, really it was a longer process of building trust between the education authorities, where they started working together, baby steps at first, but then building it up over time. But when it came to the commission, the fact that all this, collaboration had been done, there had been, all these records of success in the school, it ultimately didn't matter, because there still had to be, people needed things to grab onto, to think differently about the subject matter at hand, right? And so, this question of money and jurisdiction, those really weighed heavily on people's minds. And if we had let those be at the forefront of the discussion, probably it would have never happened, right? But what happened is that there was a Chief Dale Strongman who said, what we need to be focused in on here is kids and students, and who's going to benefit from, if we create this unified system, is it going to create these benefits for kids? And if it's going to, then yeah, that's what we should be doing, right? And so he really drove that rhetoric, and it became really central to people's thinking. And so I think of this as you need to have a focus on the beneficiaries of what you're going to do, right? That has to be at the top of your mind. The other thing that happened is we just didn't believe we could work together. We told ourselves that all the time, right? And in part it was true. We weren't the greatest at working together, and there was a lot of evidence to support that. But sometimes we were good at working together, right? And especially in the schools. And so we were able to, we're not always great at working together, but sometimes we do. And here's some examples of that. And what we invited people to do is we said, we become the stories that we tell about ourselves, and this is an opportunity to tell a new story. And we invited people in to rethink about ourselves, what we did as a community, right? And part of that, I think, is really saying, we can be successful in creating a narrative of success, generating a narrative of success. And then the final thing, obviously, this is part of the fear factor, is there was a fear that we were going to lose our treaty right to education by entering into this new system and this new agreement. And if you think about treaty rights as something that, it always has to be under the control of rights holders who are going to protect it, and that is what has to drive all the conversations, then yeah, under that circumstance, what made more sense is for each First Nation to continue running their own system. But what we said is, there's this other way we have to think about this issue, which is Wakotuin, this Cree concept of relationships, right? And it translates as kinship in a more simple way, but really what Wakotuin is about, everything in the world has spirit, is animate, and that means we're related to other things, and we have those relationships that we have to honor and respect and uphold, right? And we said, well, what about if we apply that to our situation here? What does it mean for the 4 communities to think about education? And we said, well, from this perspective, from our, this way of thinking about relationships, we have to be able to consider, does it make more sense to create this unified school system, which is going to provide benefit for all the kids in the community, and especially for kids, attending the hardest, the most hard up schools, or the schools that struggle the most, are going to get the most benefit. And so, from that perspective, we have to do this. And all of those things, that focus on beneficiaries, that focus on creating a narrative of success, and that focus on relationships and using our own language and worldviews to drive our understanding of relationships, all of that is what I think ultimately allowed Musqueam to be able to, in that 2-year period, to say, okay, this is what we need. We should create a unified system, and that's what ended up happening. So.
Hey, on that note, that's a good note to end on. I thank you very much for taking time to talk about Nicola. It is something I think that is in a lot of people's minds, but it is, what do you call it, something that is necessary for us to move forward. We can't, I think you heard one of the gentlemen talk before the break, that we can't just keep going like the way we're going. We do something, we start over again, we do something else, we can't keep doing that. We got to be positive in moving forward and start having a trusting relationship amongst each other so we can get the thing done on what we want to do. So.
Hi, Magat.
Yeah. Okay, we're ready for the afternoon session, and I'm going to ask Derek Chum, lead negotiator, to come up here. He's going to talk about education jurisdiction. He's going to give an education jurisdiction overview and path forward. So Derek, he wanted a mic up here, and then you can, okay, you got it? Okay.
All right. Thank you, Bentley, for that introduction, brief as it is. So I'll introduce myself. I know some people here, but not everyone. So as Bentley said, I'm the lead negotiator on behalf of NAN, negotiating with Canada on the Education Jurisdiction Agreement. I've been with NAN since August of 2020, so in the early parts of the lockdown and COVID and all of that. And it's been a great journey so far. We've made a lot of good progress on negotiating the agreement, and I'll talk a bit about that. But what I want to talk about today is some of the history, where we are today, and what the path forward looks like. Before I do that, a bit about myself. I'm from the Moose Cree First Nation, so here in NAN Territory in the Northeast. Born and raised in Moose Cree. I now live in Toronto. By profession, I'm a lawyer. I practiced corporate commercial law for about 11 years and have since worked with my community for a few years after that on a big hydro project. More recently, I was the VP of Indigenous Relations at Hydro One, largest transmitter in the province, and left there in July of 2020 and then started working with NAN in August. So this is what I do, and let's get rolling on the presentation here. So this is an overview of the jurisdiction. So again, it's a high-level view of the progress on the negotiations, and we'll talk a bit about the work ahead. The work ahead that's going to take the participating communities out of the Indian Act education programs and into a First Nation-controlled education system, okay? And there's 4 sections I want to talk about here. Some of the history and the process. We heard a bit about that today. You know, there's been about 25 years. We're 25 years into this now. And we'll talk a bit about that history. We'll talk about some of the work that needs to be done by the First Nations, by your communities, to participate and to move this forward, because that is going to be essential to the process. NAN can only do so much. Your communities will have work to do in this process to make all this happen. So I'll talk about what those steps look like. Then I'll talk about the territory-wide education body. Now this is a new entity that will be created out of the Education Jurisdiction Agreement. So I'll describe what it's about, what it does, how it functions, and how it relates to your communities. And then I'll talk about the next steps for NAN. Okay, so like I said, a bit of history here, going back to 1999 to a framework agreement. That framework agreement was about self-government over a number of things, not just education. Move forward to 2018, a lot of time has passed. Negotiations occurred. Bentley was there. Other folks in the room might have been there as well. We heard from Jason Batiste, who was in there as well. And progress was eventually made to land on an agreement in principle in 2018. Now, the framework agreement was set up to talk about self-government broadly. The agreement in principle was narrowed down to self-government over education in our communities, specifically primary and secondary education. So what we're doing now is building on that agreement in principle, working towards a final education jurisdiction agreement. So that's the phase we're in now, negotiation and community readiness. So there's a couple of paths going on here. One is the negotiation path with Canada to reach an agreement. The other is community readiness, working with your communities on engagement, helping your leadership, your educators, your community members understand what the agreement is about, and ensuring that they take the steps necessary to participate in this new First Nation controlled education system. Looking forward in the timeline here, we've got community ratification and then implementation. All of this engagement, all of this negotiation is leading towards ratification of the agreement in your communities, if your community chooses to go down that path. So there will be a ratification procedure set out in the agreement. We don't have that drafted just yet. I'll talk a bit about where we are in the negotiation in a little bit here, but we don't have that chapter developed on what the ratification looks like in terms of the threshold of vote or anything like that. So that's still to be negotiated. And then we have implementation. So we have, at this point, there will be a number of communities that will have ratified the agreement. Canada will have passed legislation taking that agreement and making it into a law of Canada. And then we have the new First Nation controlled education system at implementation. So there's a few steps to get there, but just wanted to situate everybody on where we are. So we're in that negotiation and community readiness space just now. So like I say, the framework agreement, looking back again, signed in 1999. This is where Canada and NAN agreed to develop an agreement in principle. That agreement in principle was narrowed down to education. The agreement in principle outlines the matters to be covered in the final education agreement, which includes recognizing First Nation jurisdiction over primary and secondary education. It talks about a 3-tier framework, which I'll talk a bit about. That's the system. It'll have 3 tiers to it, and I'll describe each of the tiers to you. We've got the creation of a new oversight body that I talked about earlier. And then with that too, the system will need funding to operate. So there are funding commitments in the agreement. So in this phase here, negotiation and community readiness, this talks about the negotiations, right, on the jurisdiction agreement. It also refers to engagement with the First Nations that are going to help guide the development of education laws. Now, with jurisdiction comes the ability to make laws. As participating First Nations, you will be required to enact an education law, and I'll talk a bit about that a little further in the presentation. And the other piece is this new body, the territory-wide education body. Each participating community will have a role in its governance. Your community will be represented on the board of that organization. What that looks like is still to be determined, and this is why engagement like this is important. But that territory-wide education body will be an oversight body of this new education system. Can we flip to the other slide? Okay, I just want to give you a sketch of where we are today and where we're going to. So on the left here, this describes the current education program that your communities more than likely have. Where you've got Canada giving money to the First Nation. First Nation operates the school. Pretty simple, right? It's a bilateral relationship. Your First Nation in a relationship with Canada to get money to operate your schools. So the first, in the model, in the new 3-tier framework, the first level in that framework is the First Nation, which is responsible for delivering education services. The second level would be the second level services. I see that spelled incorrectly there. But anyway, second level services are services that can be purchased by a school to help support programs at any given school. Things like a speech therapist, things like the work that Charles Brown does with his tribal council to offer support services to the school. Things that they don't do by themselves but reach out to for help, like a tribal council can offer second level services. So we've got that's what it looks like today, first level, second level. What we're moving into is onto the right, the territory-wide education system. This is a new First Nation controlled system, and you can see what's new there is the territory-wide education body. That's going to be a creation of the jurisdiction agreement. So Canada's still in the picture, right, with its money. It's going to fund the system. That funding is going to flow through the territory-wide education body and then on to the schools in our communities. You can see up top above the territory-wide education body, the board of that body is going to be represented by your First Nations, by our communities. So they'll run the system. So Canada's job is, strictly money. The rest of it is controlled by the First Nation. So I'll talk a bit about what that body does. You can flip back, please. In just a second. So implementation. So after we get the ratification, we go on to the implementation phase. That's where we move out from the Indian Act programs to the First Nation controlled territory-wide education system. And again, this movement is going to require decisions and actions from your communities to make this happen, okay? NAN is here to facilitate the negotiation. Your communities need to act to make it happen. So we talked a bit about the 3 levels here. I'll go in a little more detail. So again, the first level of this 3-level system would be your community, right? So your communities are still going to be responsible for delivering the full range of education programs and services for primary and secondary schools. You'll continue to operate your schools, your high schools if you have them. That'll carry on as normal. First Nations and perhaps your local education authorities will manage and administer schools that are going to be set out in your local education code. And I'll talk about that too. That's a requirement in the agreement as well for your community to have a local education code. And you can look at it as basically your first education law. Now in here, and this came up earlier, with jurisdiction, you've got the freedom you've got the space to do what you want to do in your schools. Okay, so this includes, you can develop your culturally appropriate programs like land-based learning and First Nation language programming. Okay, with jurisdiction comes the ability to create your curriculum as you see fit. Bear in mind, however, that, you want your kids to be able to perhaps carry on to the provincial system if they have to leave the community to go to grade 9, or if they have to go to college, university, and have to leave your community. You want them to be at a certain numeracy, literacy standard. So we got to bear that in mind as we develop our curriculums going forward. Okay, second level, again, support services. These will continue to be available in the new system as well. So regional organizations like tribal councils or participating First Nations working together may take responsibility for coordinating support services for their schools. For example, participating First Nation in need of a speech therapist for its school can coordinate this service through a tribal council to the benefit of all member communities, or it may coordinate with other First Nations to purchase this service. This allows a group of schools to coordinate their budgets for support services in their local schools. So second level services exist today. They'll continue to exist in the new system. That's not going to change, right? So the first level, second level will remain largely the same. What's new again is this third level, the territory-wide education body. And it's going to do a few things, okay? It's going to support and set standards that will apply to your schools, and it's going to distribute education funding. Again, your communities will select the board of the territory-wide education body. What that looks like, we'll get into that in a bit. And then the body itself will be accountable to your communities through annual and special meetings, okay? So that's what the third level looks like. Okay, I want to get into some of the steps required by your communities to move this forward. Okay, there's been a lot of time spent, right, 25 years to get to this point. And, as far as the agreement goes, we have negotiated the majority of chapters. We have a draft of about, I would say, 75% of the chapters. We have a draft available or put together between the negotiating teams. We've got some chapters we have yet to nail down. So we're almost there. We haven't been negotiating with Canada since August of August 2021. So we hope to go back to the table with Canada very soon to continue with these negotiations and pick up where we left off. In the meantime, we've been doing engagements like this on a smaller scale, however, but we need to do much more. But let me get into what your communities are responsible for doing. So like I said, your communities are still going to manage their local schools and programs within this new system, okay? The territory-wide education body is going to provide the funding to the First Nations and set curriculum and school operating standards for the schools. To participate in this new system, each participating First Nation is going to develop a local education code. I'll talk about that in a bit. And we'll have to ratify the Education Jurisdiction Agreement and its own local education code. Okay, so these are steps that each First Nation has to do. And to get to that point is going to require a lot of engagement, right? To develop your code, you have to work with your community members to ensure that they understand it and are willing to support it and to take a vote on it. Similarly, the Education Jurisdiction Agreement will require your community members to understand what it is, what it means for education in your communities, and determine whether they support it. So the local education code, again, you can look at this as a law of the First Nation. This is going to be the first law that the First Nation passes, and this is the first time it's going to exercise its jurisdiction over education. So the code has to address the following matters, and these things are straight out of the education agreement. So each of your communities will need to establish and operate education institutions like a local education authority, which you probably already have, which has been delegated the authority to operate and manage your schools. Your code will have to address the making, amending, and publishing and access to the local education code and other education laws. So these laws have to be available for your members to look at so that they can understand what the law of the land is in your community with respect to education. The education code will have to provide for accountability to your First Nation members. So what are the reporting requirements under the law? What are you responsible for sharing with your community members when it comes to the funding received for education and the programs available to your members? The Education Code will also address political and financial accountability mechanisms that are fair and transparent. Again, the idea here is to have a transparent system that your members can understand and receive information about if that's what they want to, for whatever they want to know. It's got to have conflict of interest rules for elected and non-elected officials, and it's got to create a criteria and a process for delegation of jurisdiction. I'll talk about delegation in a minute, and then also mechanisms to appeal decisions of a PFN. So, let's say a PFN makes a decision about funding for a particular program, to fund or not to fund. There should be appeal mechanisms available to your members if they're not happy with a particular decision. So when it comes to the engagement piece, NAN is available to work with your communities to ensure that we can help you with the code, develop what's required to be in it, help you customize it to the extent you'd like. So those resources are available, and I'll talk a bit about that too. Education laws. So I mentioned earlier that with jurisdiction comes the ability to enact and pass laws. So under the Education Jurisdiction Agreement, there are two types of lawmaking bodies. Okay, the first lawmaking body is each First Nation itself, who will be able to make laws that are applicable to their schools and programs. The second lawmaking body is a territory-wide education body, and it will make laws applicable to the whole system. Things like curriculum standards, school operation standards that will apply across schools in the NAN territory for those communities that participate. Again, your communities will continue to be responsible for delivering the full range of education programs and services. That won't change. In terms of next steps and engagement, funding is available from NAN for PFNs, participating First Nations, to hire a community-based coordinator. And the role of the coordinator is to engage with your community members to build an understanding around the education agreement, the fiscal agreement, right, which is the dollars, and the implementation plan. The coordinator will also work with the community to develop their education code and prepare the community for ratification of the agreement and the education code. Again, those are the things that need to be ratified. So the coordinators are equipped with toolkits and that are designed to help your members understand the agreement and facilitate the development of the education code. So NAN has those resources for those who are interested in hearing more about that. I would ask you reach out to Jocelyn Chichu over here. Joss, raise your hand. She can help you out with that funding arrangement. And there's some flexibility in the arrangement, so talk to Jocelyn about what that looks like. We're here to help. One second. Okay, so the new thing here is a territory-wide education body. I'll talk a bit about that, talk about its governance, the laws it makes, the funding, and staffing. So again, this new system is not going to be run by NAN, right? We're here to facilitate the negotiation, facilitate the community engagement, facilitate the ratification. But at the end of the day, you know, it's the responsibility of those communities who participate. It gets handed over to you guys to run, and the territory-wide education body will have a big role in all of this, okay? Again, you guys manage your schools and will participate in the governance of that body. Each participating First Nation will have a role in selecting representatives on the board of the body. Here's what we don't have nailed down just yet. And this is where we need direction, and this is why we need to do these sessions to receive direction from communities. Things like the size of the board, right? In the AIP, there were 38 communities that signed up to that. Are there 38 communities interested today? Don't know, it's hard to say, because that was signed in 2018. A lot of momentum has been lost. COVID happened, a lot of things were slowed down. So we need to begin re-engagement to get these answers and to build them into the agreement. So, size of the board, you know, so 38 communities, does that mean a board of 38? That doesn't seem workable, doesn't seem like it's going to function very well. If not 38, then what size should the board be? How will representatives be selected? Through regional representation? Is it by way of tribal councils, one per tribal council, like the Chiefs Committee has been set up that we heard about earlier? Or do you create new regions? You know, how do you slice that up? How do you slice up the NAN territory to get a reasonable representation of the communities? Qualifications, what qualifications should a director have that's selected? Should they have a background in education? That seems sensible. Should they have a background in whatever? You know, these criteria need to be set up. So we're looking for direction on these things. This is why we want to come to your communities to get feedback from your leadership, from your educators, from your community members. Okay, I mentioned earlier that there are two lawmaking bodies, one being the First Nations themselves, and the other is the territory-wide education body. So the body is going to pass laws that apply to primary and secondary education that are going to relate largely to education and operation standards of schools. Now, how does the education body get its jurisdiction, you might be wondering. So the TWAB, I'm going to use the TWAB as a short form because it's too wordy otherwise. So the TWAB does not have inherent jurisdiction like a First Nation does, right? The TWAB is not referenced in Canada's Constitution. Each First Nation is. So it's the First Nations that have the jurisdiction. So the TWAB will receive its jurisdiction by way of delegation. So each First Nation in the Education Jurisdiction Agreement will delegate some of its jurisdiction to the TWAB. This will give the TWAB the jurisdiction and authority to be able to pass laws that will apply to schools in your community. Okay, so that's the concept. So it's delegated authority, delegated jurisdiction. Now, how does the TWAB make laws? Well, we don't know that yet. we have not developed that piece as yet. So how does the First Nation make laws? That lawmaking body will more than likely be your chief and council, right? As they are the elected leaders in your community. However, the specific processes and requirements for the TWAB to make laws and regulations, that's going to be developed based on feedback in the community engagements that we do to ensure that, you know, your preferences are represented. So that's another detail that we need to work out. Okay, funding. This is an important one as well. So the TWAB is going to receive what's called governance funding to carry out its responsibilities. Okay, you guys receive funding to deliver education and education services. TWAB is going to receive governance funding. And I have to be clear here, the funding for the TWAB will be separate from the funding that participating First Nations will receive for their schools and education services. Okay, we're not taking from the schools to operate the TWAB. It's going to be a separate pot of funding that's negotiated with Canada. And you know, your schools will not be worse off for joining this new education system. The TWAB, as you can imagine, will need bodies, staff to carry out its oversight functions. What that looks like, again, we don't have that nailed down either. But we need to, again, receive direction from folks here in your communities so we can flesh that out. The number of staff and roles will need to be considered, and planning will be required to ensure the TWAB is active and able to fulfill its responsibilities once the agreement and education codes are ratified and once Canada passes the legislation to create the system. So a lot of upfront work has to be done to create the TWAB, to staff it, ensure it has policies in place, education laws ready to go. Again, this is going to require action from the communities, right? NAN will facilitate. You guys need to be the ones to act and make it happen. So NAN still has a few things to do here. We're going to continue negotiations with Canada. Hopefully we're back to the table with them by March, end of March. NAN will continue with community engagement. This is very important. You know, I just talked about the steps your communities will need to do to enter the system. It may seem daunting. It's a lot to wrap your head around. You may need to hear this presentation again, and maybe again after that. It took me some time to wrap my head around it. It's not easy, but I think once you play with the concepts a bit, and as we refine our engagements, as we do more of them, hopefully things become clearer in your minds as to what it is we're working towards. But it is a lot of work. There's a lot of work ahead. I've probably done this presentation now a few times. I could probably do it in my sleep maybe by next week, but you know, this is the way it is. It's a lot of work, but happy to do it. I think this is very important for our kids in our communities. So the NAN negotiating team is willing to visit your community to meet with your leadership, your educators, your community members to share information about the agreement, the implementation plan, which is something we're going to start developing with Canada. And that's basically, you know, once we have the agreement nailed down, we need a plan to implement it. So we'll work with Canada on developing that. It's something that we need to work with your communities to make happen. And we want to work with your communities to help prepare for ratification. Okay, so those are the steps ahead. I mentioned that we are some distance in the agreement, probably looking at perhaps another 6 months to come up with a draft, 6 months of further negotiations with Canada to come up with a draft that we can then share with the communities, get feedback, make changes if that's, if that's what's required, and then move on to working with your communities on your education codes, plans for ratification, etc. So that's what that looks like today. I think that's the end of it. Yeah, so what we're negotiating again, education agreement, the dollars, right, physical transfer agreement, the implementation plan. Once that's done, Canada passes a law, and here we are, the system will exist. So that's my presentation. I'm happy to take questions. There may be some out there. I'll be around today, tomorrow, and would ask you to consider, please, getting us into your communities. We're happy to travel, come to your community whenever. We've got the resources for that to, like I say, talk to your leadership, your educators, your members. We need to do this a lot. So that's my presentation, folks. Happy to take questions, like I said. I think we have time, Barney? Oh, sorry, Bentley? Oh, Barney. Do we have questions? We have time for questions? Yeah. Got a mic coming.
Hello.
Okay. There we go.
Oh, thank you, Miigwech, for that very comprehensive information. My question is, this has nothing to do with post-secondary funding and education? This is strictly for the elementary level and the high school level?
Right now, it's primary and secondary school. That's the mandate. That's the mandate spelled out in the AIP, the Agreement in Principle. Since we've started these engagements, that's one thing we've heard a lot about is, what about high school and post-secondary? Right now, this is what we're negotiating with Canada. If there's a desire from leadership to expand that and include post-secondary, that would be for the chiefs, I would suggest, to make happen. And as we heard this morning on the reset table, maybe that's an avenue for that discussion to occur as well. Yep.
You talked about the transfer of funding from Canada to the NAN funding level. Is that going to be the same as the way transfer payment agencies work? Or are you saying it's going to, Canada will set X million dollars and just give it to the NAN education group, but there won't be like the transfer payment agencies come with the big legal agreements, like 20 pages long, and you're agreeing to everything that they say? Or are you talking about like a severance and going to be handing the money over and let the education group handle it?
So with this process comes the negotiation of the jurisdiction agreement. Also to be negotiated is a physical transfer agreement that will fund the entire system, right? So it's going to fund the programs in your schools, in your community, as they're funded today, hopefully more. We're obviously going to, we're going to negotiate for as much as we can for every school. And the other piece, again, is the separate funding for the cost to operate the TWAB, right? That's going to be a separate negotiation that won't take from the services, the cost for services to deliver, the school programs in your community. So that money will be flowed through the TWAB to each school in each community. Does that help? Any other questions? In the back. Frank, is it? Over.
Frank McKay, I'm Council Chair for Windigo First Nation Council. and I've been involved with the discussions with NAN and the agreements that they have negotiated on behalf of our First Nations. And I'm just kind of disappointed in relation to that there has not been very much progress has been made for the last 20 years. I think that's what they're throwing around anyways. And the plan that we always trying to pursue is to take over services, funding with inadequate funding, with policies and regulations that go with that funding, doesn't meet, the way of life, the way of teaching from our First Nations. And if we don't touch the total thing in relation to legislation and also policies and procedures in the way our First Nations operated at the school level, I know each community wants to have their own allocation. I know that they rightfully should receive. And any process that happens at the local level that they don't receive, there's going to be a lot of dissatisfaction with that process being proposed. I'm just wondering. I want to ask, if we are, again, taking some funding, inadequate funding that we always receive, and also, that in all the policy regulation, I know there's standards by the province and the federal government in relation to how schools should be applied, but they don't meet our needs at the local level. And I think that's where we have to begin to start, is at the local level, to see if that's a process they want to be involved in. Thank you.
Well, thanks for that comment, Frank. It's, this is why it's important for us to come to your communities to understand, what the need is and what the gaps are. This engagement process is early days, I would suggest. There was a lot of earlier engagement on what the system, should look like. And, we talked about the 3 tiers, and that's where it landed, right, through the agreement in principle. So now we're getting closer to, the actual delivery of services in your communities. So that, of course, is a very important decision, and it makes a lot of sense to be, concerned about those dollars and cents. For programs, why would your community want to join something that leaves them worse off, right? That doesn't make sense. The objective here is to negotiate for as much funding as is possible. Today we've got the OTIFA table that NAN is participating in, or maybe isn't anymore, I don't know, but I think they're in it. Okay, they're in it. And, that's been driving some increases in funding for various funding envelopes. We've got REAs, right, regional education agreements, and those again hopefully are driving up the funding for the participating communities in those agreements. And the idea from my perspective anyway is that those should set a new floor for funding, and we should be building off from that new floor and trying to negotiate for more. But all of that, understanding what we need for funding is going to be a product of community engagement and these types of meetings and hearing from your educators in your communities. There's a question over here.
Good afternoon. I'm from Webequate. I just want to mention something that we're facing today. At this point in time, there's the winter road that's going into our community at this time, but that's not going to last. And we're facing shortages, like with our fuel. And I'm just thinking about is this another envelope system? Because we've been dealing with envelope systems in the past few years, like giving monies, like not even matching, like the funding we get is the same amount as the road access people. And we're facing a high cost of living at this time. Let me tell you something. Our gas is $3.99 over there compared to here. You see the difference, a big difference. The same thing with fuel over there. Fuel that we fly in. It doesn't cover. It only covers to transport it over there, either by road or by wing. It doesn't. We're falling short every time we get funding. Every time we get infrastructure dollars, the same thing again. We're falling short every time. It's either we cover only half of the wing or that's how much we get. I'm not just saying this. I've seen this. And I guess listening to my buddy there that was talking there earlier, and I was going to say the same thing. I agree with him. Thank you.
Thanks for that comment. I just echo what I said earlier about trying to do our best to get funding. The other thing that's happening with Canada is that they are looking at reviewing their funding policies around how they fund these types of self-government agreements, how they fund the governance piece, and also looking at how they fund services in communities, including, what are the additional costs to service remote communities, right? They understand there's additional costs, and perhaps it's not enough today, and can't promise you it's going to be enough at the end of this process. It's when it comes to education, it's never enough in many cases. But we're working with Canada to hopefully, get the best funding package we can with this. I should also tell you that there are about 4 or 5 other First Nation groups across Canada that have these arrangements in place, this type of self-government arrangement over education. So we've been in contact with them and understanding their practices, what's worked for them. And so they've been valuable for that information. But what sets NAN apart from them is the remoteness issue, right? A good number of the communities that that NAN represents are remote, and that, as we all know, is a unique challenge. And again, that sets us apart from the other groups that have gone through this process too. But the plan is, of course, to continue to push for as much funding as we get, whether it's through the OTIFA tables today, the REA agreements that are signed, in the next year or two, whatever. And then as we negotiate the funding package, always trying to get as much as possible through those agreements. Claudia, right here. We got it. Oh.
Yeah, Chief Sonny Batiste from Attachment. I guess my question is, if we did sign on to this agreement, What benefit would it have for like a community like mine where it's small and there's no school on their First Nation? We have to ship them all out.
Yeah, it's a good question. Thanks for that question, Chief. It's, you know, I think that's for your community to evaluate, I would suggest. But one thing we can do, and if we think about that territory-wide education body, right, that is a resource, potentially a resource for your community that perhaps doesn't have schools, but can perhaps deal with the municipality on your tuition agreements, and the idea being that there could be some expertise that builds up in that body that your community could benefit from. Similar, the body could help with curriculum development, whether it's language or land-based type stuff, and perhaps that could be a benefit, you know, to the municipal schools in Timmins or wherever your kids go. So I get the point. The benefit is not immediately apparent for communities without schools on the reserve, but perhaps there's some support you can get for your relationships.
I know I forgot the other question I wanted to ask. It's okay.
I'll be around.
Good afternoon. A question. Where does normal rule come into play here? Is it in play, or is it based on, is the funding based on cost?
Sorry, could you repeat that? I missed the...
Nominal rule.
Oh, yeah, look, it's going to play a role, right? As your, you know, number of students increases, the funding you would expect to increase to respond to that. We're also looking at building in protections in the event, you know, your nominal role decreases too. Like, how can we mitigate against a sudden, you know, potential loss of funding should that happen? But nominal role, yeah, look, that will continue to be a factor in what any funding package looks like. But again, we're not there just yet. We're still got a lot of engagement to get through to help out. There's a question in the back.
Hello, good afternoon. This is Charles Brown. I'm the Director of Education for Windigo. I know I've been informed with this presentation previously, so I want to acknowledge you for sharing that information with a group of delegation here this afternoon. But however, I think there's still quite a bit of confusion about the direction where this process is going. In terms of, there's a group of us in the NAN territory that we're working on our regional education agreements that you talked about, and the difference between this educational jurisdiction process that is happening at the moment. I know we talked about resetting the table, but there seems to be a little bit of confusion where you're taking this in terms of, are you going back all the way back from the start, or are you going from where you left off? I think that's where people need to understand about the process. And I had to talk about the terminology used to when you present to our people. I know law, you know, it could be defined in different meanings, so I think that needs to be clarified with the people that are in this audience. And I know I'm one of the supporters, you know, whatever happens in this process, but we want to make sure that we're getting a fair share of information that we can move forward with. You know, I'm not saying that we're going to work independently, but we have this notion that we're going to work collectively with other partners that are in this room today. So I think, and the other thing too, that the previous worker here, the director, he used to say, we're waiting for communities to invite us. I'll tell you that right now. You're going to wait for a long time if you do that. It's almost like you have to approach our First Nations to ask for an invitation. This is how this process works. That's how you communicate with people. You don't wait for them. You just go ahead and do it. Okay, thank you.
Okay, thanks, Charles, for the comment. I'll I'll act on that and invite myself. Okay, just a couple things. The process in terms of the reset table. Look, we're not resetting, where we're starting off here. We're picking up where we left off, right? So as I mentioned, we have the agreement, we're somewhere down the path negotiating with Canada on the jurisdiction agreement. We're going to pick up where we left off. That is not being reset or restarted or anything like that. The reset table, from what I understand, is there for us to go to in the event we get stuck on any particular issue with Canada. We can kick it up to the reset table for them to potentially resolve quicker than we could perhaps do so at the negotiation table. So that's the relationship with the reset table. With the REAs, those are funding agreements that really they're separate and apart from what this jurisdiction table is doing. The REAs are funding for education services and programs. There is no governance component in there as we're negotiating. So the REAs are a separate thing altogether. We have nothing to do with that. The one connection to an REA is, and this is very loose anyways, is that we see the REAs as potentially, setting a new floor for funding that we will then work from as we negotiate our funding arrangement. So if you're doing an REA, carry on. It has nothing to do with us. We will continue to engage with you. So I hope that's helpful, Charles. Happy to discuss further if that's still not clear for people.
This is Tommy Sanop from Monument. I'm the Education Director. And I think you just answered the question I was going to ask about REAs. So what's the difference between REAs and what approach you guys are doing?
So the REAs are they're funding agreements. They're typically done on a regional basis, often through tribal councils, from what I understand. And they're to provide funding for your education programs and services in your communities. So that's great. That'll fund the status quo right now. What we're talking about is creating a new system that will have a governance oversight body, and we're going to negotiate funding for that separately, along with a new funding agreement that will more than likely supersede whatever REA is in place at that time. So it's a separate process altogether for funding your schools. Jerry, do you want to comment? Is there anything you can add to that I haven't said? Yeah, you, Jerry Kerr.
I just want to give a little more explanation on REAs and how the funding works. You know that ISK is moving from basically contribution agreements and the other kind of agreements to a new agreement called REA. It's just a different way of funding First Nations. It's going to be your regular funding, plus in an REA they will provide some small G governance in addition to the regular programming. So as Derek said, it's not related to the funding you'll have for self-governance. It represents the starting point. We'll start with what's the level of funding that's in the REAs, and we'll move from there up. So it is important that in the REA processes, you're getting everything you deserve. But when we get into the self-governance negotiation, how much money it's going to take for you to govern your own system, we'll have the base from the REA. We'll be adding on the funding you need for governance, and we're going to address any other unmet needs that you have in the education program now. So it's an opportunity to go beyond funding in the REA. This essentially now is going to come to you and say, this is how much you get in your REA. There's not going to be a lot of negotiations. There never has been a lot of negotiations on the funding you get. But the governance process gives you and collectively the opportunity to negotiate above that level, the funding that you actually need. And it's an ongoing battle, I have to tell you. Even the ones that are self-governing now, they're still at the table negotiating more and more. But I can tell you on a per-pupil basis, those that are under self-governance agreements are getting significantly more than you're getting now in the REA. And that's from a funding point of view, it's important. From a jurisdiction point of view, obviously, it's important as well.
Thanks, Jerry. Any other questions out there? We still have time? Yep.
Just to confirm, Jerry, but what you're saying is to ensure that people are really intentional about their REA and then using the ed jurisdiction as kind of a vehicle to be able to lobby for additional funding, right? So like encouraging the communities to go through that process and then continuing that. Is that what I'm hearing you say? Okay, perfect. I just wanted to confirm. Thank you.
Hello, Dan, good morning. From what I understand, we're negotiating jurisdiction, education jurisdiction. That should require a new form of funding relationship as well. On the existing contribution agreements, we already have those. Right now we have a bilateral relationship with the government of Canada. We sign agreements directly with them, Canada and First Nation. And I hear that's what we're doing is going to change that. It's going to go to the non-white board and then to us. Not quite sure about that intention. I think the last two questions I wanted to ask about as well is that I understand most of our communities already signed the AIPs or accepted them. The AIPs. I thought that was for education jurisdiction. AIPs. And I think that should have given the go-ahead to negotiate with the government of Canada, not come back to us again and go through the same exercise. My other question is, who are we negotiating with? Are we negotiating with the Department of Indian Affairs or with the government of Canada?
The negotiations with CERNAC. Okay, if there's no other questions, maybe I'll turn it back over to our chair today, Bentley. Thank you, everyone. Appreciate it and look forward to coming to your communities to talk about this further. So either you invite me or I'll invite myself. We'll figure it out. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Derek, for that presentation. And I have a little gift for you. Okay. Next part in our agenda is a call on Devin. Devin is a member of the Sandy Bay Ojibwe First Nation. His understanding and connection to the land is important and continues to grow. He has worked in education for 20 years as a certified teacher. He has taught various grades, subjects, and has been a vice principal, a principal, director of education, as a Ojibwe speaker. Devin values culture, local history, and family. He is a husband, father, and a Muslim. Devin is currently employed with the Manitoba First Nations Education Resource Center as the Director of Languages and Cultures. He spends time outdoors with his family, fishing, hunting, camping, Connection to the land is important to his family and is key to passing on values and knowledge. Long life learning is a part of living healthy life. Devin believes that education must focus on the growth and well-being of people and the communities to which they belong. So maybe you can welcome Devin Jermaine to come up here.
Anin bonjour kena. Zonge mustadam des nikas. Nishna bewizun makwando dem. Davin dumus des nikas. Kwi kwendonga kendonji. Trani minandam ma ay tabi ay ito naman nongo. Chai. It's an important topic that you guys are discussing. And I'm happy. I'm sitting there smiling as you guys talk and ask questions because I know exactly where you are and where you want to go. We're on that path as well. I'm Davin Dumas. I'm, as mentioned, I'm the Director of Languages and Cultures for the MFNERC. And today I'm going to share with you a little bit of our journey as well as give you guys opportunity to ask questions that you may have. But first, I want to acknowledge the drum for the opening song this morning and for the elders' opening prayer this morning. It's important that we observe our protocols when we gather and meet. So, Chimiwech. So, I was sitting there thinking, what can I talk about that would best help in the discussions that you're having today? So I picked apart, and I don't have a big, long PowerPoint presentation. I have 2 pages that I'm going to show you and talk about. First one, if you can put it on the screen. So this is what we in Manitoba consider our First Nations control timeline. And it started back in 1971 when Wabung was drafted in response to the white paper that was written. And that still serves as a foundational document for us that we refer to often, that we continue to build upon. I actually had the opportunity to sit with some of the elders who were part of that process back then as lead educators. And the gentleman in the back was talking 25 years. We're talking over 50 years for our document that was written. Wabung is a foundational document not only for education, but as I'm in the education field, that's the piece that I focus on. In Manitoba, we began local control of education in 1976, which was implemented by the first Big Four. They took control of education. And in 1998, the Assembly of Manitoba Chiefs mandated the creation of the Manitoba First Nations Education Resource Center. So our organization has been in existence since then and has been primarily to provide second-level services to support First Nations in Manitoba. And at that time, it included all of the member First Nations, and I'll share what that means in the next sheet that I'll talk about. Then we moved into our Partnership Transition Initiative in 2011. And what that was we had a community in Manitoba that the chief said, you know what, I can't run my school with the funding that I'm getting. I just can't. Don't get enough money to buy buses, to get proper resources, to get proper services in for our children. I'm going to have to look at handing my school and services over to the province because the provincial school division sends an invoice and the government pays it, no questions asked. Us, we fight tooth and nail, we fight with each other for money and I don't have enough. So he said, what else can we do? It was at that time that the chief actually approached our organization. What can you guys do to help us? And then that was that kickoff of that partnership transition initiative piece, where MF-NERC took responsibility of that school and started the Roseau River Anishinaabe First Nation project. So it was a pilot project that was started in 2012 that was backed by the Assembly of Manitoba Chiefs resolutions to create our own school systems. And the school system, which I'll talk about a bit more today, is what was the current or result of that initial pilot. So what had happened with the Roseau project was that MFNERC took oversight of the school, all the financial, all of the HR, all of the administrative tasks, with consultation with community, of course, and they ran the school. This was before REAs were talked about, before the AFN task teams were created to look at funding. This was before that. And part of that process was what or how can a funding mechanism be put in place that will adequately fund a First Nations school outside of a provincial school division. Provincial school divisions have their formulas that they run and spit out a number per student. Government will happily pay that invoice without questioning, without them having to report this and that. So how could we get to that point where we have adequate funding to support running of a school? And this was the first part of that. What ended up happening as a result of that pilot was success for that community. Not just financially, but academically, with language and culture. So what had happened was they began working on what we call an Education Governance Agreement, the EGA. So the EGA was the first step in establishing the Manitoba First Nations school system, the MFNSS. So once the EGA was created, the Education Governance Agreement for communities to assert jurisdiction over education and take education, there was a call out to communities who were interested in joining. And part of it was the increase in funding, comparable salaries, buying ability to buy buses, doing facility audits, getting upgrades to facilities, much needed repairs, and so forth. At that time, there were Roseau and 9 additional communities that said, hey, you know what, we'll join. We'll join your school system and start seeing what can be done from that. So with those initial 10, in 2017, the first 5-year agreement was drafted. It was negotiated, different levels of funding for all the different areas that government loves to see their funding numbers. And the school system began and has been running. Much like the fellow before me that was talking, the system that they're looking to create, MFNSS operates as an independent school system, much like a school division, but they operate differently from a school system, from a school division. School division operates like a business where they pull their money and spread it around as needed and pay their big office people in the cities. So part of that is not doing that, making sure that the funding is at the community level, that there is oversight for what the community wants for their children, but ensuring that there's a foundation of language and culture. And that's the biggest piece. So that agreement ran 5 years, and there was an evaluation process. So each of the schools had an evaluation process done that showed the increases in reading levels and all of the good academic pieces that everybody loves to see, but also at the overall structure and governance as well. And negotiations are taking place right now on an EGA 2. So the current agreement has been extended 2 years while the negotiations happen. And from what we're seeing nationally, that's kind of the length it takes to renegotiate one of these already established deals is 2 years. We've seen that with TIFA, when TIFA negotiated for TIFA 2 in BC, it took them 2 years, an already established process, took 2 years to renegotiate, and we're kind of seeing that with our agreement as well. So the idea now is that negotiating for additional funding in areas that we see deficits that are, well, I won't say deficits, but that are in need of increases. The government, federal government really loves to try and use provincial proxies when trying to establish how much we should pay you, how much we should fund you. They're trying to base the funding on provincial counterparts, but that's not realistic anymore. I know with our agreement, one of the areas is transportation. Transportation is not funded adequately, so we've got that increased. High-cost special ed, the incident rates of high-cost special ed in the provincial system in Manitoba is about 6%. And with their new formula they're making, they're dropping it down to 4%, which is totally unrealistic for First Nations in our region, which is more like 25% incident rate. So there are, it's not perfect. There's always improvements that are going to be required based on the changing need. But the biggest thing is that it's done for First Nations by First Nations. It was all First Nations that worked on this, that work in this area within MFNSS to run the system. The governance structure for the MFNSS is each community has a community advisory council that provides input and direction to the MFNSS. And our overall MFNERC board has chiefs from the school system sitting on that board. So I guess when we talk about the governance piece, we have the education governance agreement, which is the overarching agreement, which is supported by a delegation agreement. So the delegation agreement is the agreement that chief and council sign saying we delegate our authority over education to MFNERC with these stipulations in place. And then the system goes. So one of the things that, and I'll be honest, it caused a little bit of uproar in our region was when the Roseville project started and then the MFNSS started, the funding levels that were negotiated in that agreement was way higher than what everybody else was getting in the region. So it created a little bit of unsettlement within our region because some of the communities are seeing, why are they getting so much and we're right across the lake? We should be getting the same type thing, right? So it created a little bit of a rupture there. And then the other thing that created a little bit of a rupture was when we started talking equitable funding versus equal funding. And I heard that come up in one of the questions or one of the comments, I believe it was from one of the chiefs on, when I live way up north and things cost a lot more, so the formula should be responsive to that. So the formula that we have both with the MFNSS and with the regional interim funding formula is that it does have stipulations in there for northern, isolated, and small schools, so that the costs of getting things up to the northern communities is addressed. Not perfectly, it still needs some work, but it's addressed. With our interim funding formula for our region as an example, a large First Nation community in the south with all-weather road access is getting around 19,000 per student. a small fly-in community is getting around 33,000 per student. That's to account for small school size, for northern, isolated situations. So you can see how the funding adjusts to the size and location, geographical area of the community. In our region, we have, I think, 64 or 65% of our First Nations are northern and isolated. So we understand NAN's reach too, as well as being highly northern and isolated communities. So we saw the importance to ensure that funding is, adapts to that as well. And like I said, that's a hard thing sometimes for people to accept, is that, hey, our people in the north require more funding to do this, to do the same thing for their children, as opposed to, no, we should all get the same thing. So that's still a little bit there. I think it's getting better. But I think having a formula that's responsive to each community as well is important. And I was sharing that with Jonathan. As an example, the transportation piece is based on your CAIAS report and the length of roads that you have in your community. So if you have 100 kilometers of road in your community and I have 20, our formula is going to be different right away, because the length of area that you need to service with your school buses will be a lot more than mine, as an example. So there's lots of different little things that need to be considered like that. So that's the MFNSS piece. I want to switch to my other document, and I'll share this one with you guys, and I'll explain what it is. So this basically shows the landscape of Manitoba. You might need to shrink it a little bit to fit on the screen. So in Manitoba, we have basically two main classifications of First Nations, I'll say, in the way that they receive education funding. If you look under the blue there, you see MFNERC and MFNSS. There's 38 First Nations and 42 schools. Under the partner First Nations side, there's 25 First Nations and 31 schools. Now, under the MFNERC, MFNSS, the MFNSS, the Manitoba First Nations school system, has 11 participating First Nations, 11 schools, which has around 2,200 students in that school system. The Manitoba First Nations Education Resource Center provides second-level services to 27 First Nations, 31 schools, with just over 9,000 students. So that blue section is MFNERC is the oversight. MFNSS is one branch of it. And I'm going to share with you the other branches of MFNERC, which I'm the director of one of the departments, and I'll share with you what that looks like. And I think it's fitting for the discussion that was happening just before I started talking in second level services and how it fits in, and how it fits in with independent First Nations and then non-affiliated or provincial affiliated schools. So in the partner First Nations, you'll see the independent First Nations in the gray. Those 8 First Nations have 15 schools and have over 6,000 students. So these are some of our largest First Nations in Manitoba. They were under the green section at one time, but have since withdrawn their second level services funding to move on their own, to be independent, to provide their own second level services. So as MFNERC, our organization receives second level services funding to provide services to the First Nations who are members. If a member decides, you know what, I think we have the capacity to be able to provide those services on our own, they provide a BCR their funding is removed and redirected to them, and they provide their own services. And so those are the ones that have withdrawn from our organization that are completely independent now for their second level services and all their education programming. And like I said, they're huge. All of them are over 1,000 students per school. The biggest one is Cross Lake. Cross Lake is nearing 2,000 students on reserve. So they're huge. I tease the director of education there. I call him the 10%er because he's got 10% of the on-reserve population in Manitoba. So he always knows what I'm going to call him when we're in meetings. But to give you an example of some of the sizes of those schools, they're huge. And then in the black column there, 17 First Nations, 16 schools, and those are First Nations that are partnered with a provincial school division. So they have the provincial school division handle all of their education services for their community. Okay, if you can scroll down. So within the Manitoba First Nations school system, there are a number of services, and this is a short list of services that those schools receive from the MFNSS. Language and culture program support, student support services, school data management, school administration support, special education support, literacy, numeracy, so all of the subject areas. They also get operational services. So as a school that's part of our school system, all finance is with our organization. So everything and everybody is paid through our office, through the MFNSS office, but we also do all the hiring, all the human resource support, finance training, structural readiness and startup development, handle all the transportation, buying buses, training bus drivers, working on tuition, working with reciprocal tuition agreements and tuition agreements. So this is one area that I know has made a pretty big difference in some communities. So some of the First Nations that are part of the school system, they still send their kids to a neighboring school because they don't have a high school, for example. But what happens now is MFNSS receives the tuition dollars and we negotiate with the school division. There's no more this just writing a number down on an invoice and government pays it. No, now they're accountable back to us. They're accountable back to that chief and council and that community who have said, you know what, these guys did us wrong for a long time. They never did right to our kids. Collect the money and kick them out. Well, there's no more of that. What are you doing? If we're going to pay you this amount of money, what are you going to do to ensure success of our children that we've been sending here now? So we hold the bargaining strings now. The local chief and council and their advisory committee hold that bargaining chip now. It's no more blank check for those systems, right? So that's one big advantage for that. But also the reciprocal tuition agreements doesn't happen too often where non-First Nations are brought into the First Nation. And we get to send them a bill for what we think our education is worth for their children they're sending in. So it's interesting how some things have changed. So it's different. And communities need support with that. So with the MFNSS and also with that tuition, so, you know, if we get $18,000 for a student in this community, but the school division only charges $14,000, there's some leftover monies there that we can use to support that child further. Buy them a laptop, pay their sports fee, you know, things like that. So it's different, right? If we can negotiate and save, well, that's more we can do for the child. So things like that we can do those types of things now. We never had that availability before. Okay, scroll up some more, please. So the next area of MFNERC is the Languages and Cultures Department, and that's where I'm the Director of Languages and Cultures. So we provide services for 5 languages. Ojibwe, Cree, Dene, and Dakota. So we have 5 languages in our region, and we provide language and culture services for those areas. And if you look, there's 2 columns, and that's where these services are provided to. So we support the MFNSS, but we also support the ones in the green column that are members, but we don't support the gray and black in this area, if you can see that. He hid the top part so you can't see it. That's okay. But if you remember, the first column was the yellow column, which is a school system. The second column was the green, which we call them members, who we provide second-level services to, but don't oversee their systems. And then you have the independents and then the provincials, okay? So if we can just keep that order, and then we'll see. So under our department, we provide all kinds of services for language and culture, land-based education. We're actually having a land-based gathering next week, 3 days, where we bring students from all of the communities to participate in land-based games, you know, ice fishing, snaring rabbits, all kinds of stuff, snowshoeing, building shelters, you name it. So I'm heading to the host community that's hosting it this year. We hope to get roughly 200 students. It's something that we've been doing for a while, is our regional land-based youth games. And how we work that one, it's one of my favorites, because as a principal years ago, I helped start that whole process. It's not school against school. So when we bring the children together, one student from each school is put in the team. So you have all these teams that are made up of students from different schools, and they have to learn about each other. They have to learn each other's strengths, their gifts and talents, and function as a team. And I know I have nieces and nephews that were in one of the very first ones, and they're still friends with the ones that they met from other communities. So we do lots of activities like that. We have an inter-school powwow, which operates the same way, where we have students who come together and dance. We teach about all the dances, about the protocols, so that they learn, you know, in an environment where they then can take out and they'll have knowledge. So our first pillar is instructional resource development. We do have a publishing department that I do oversee. We're creating tons of resource documents for supporting language and culture. We actually just released our land-based document, support document for teachers. It's almost a 200-page support document for anyone wanting to start looking at implementing land-based education. There's activities, there's planning tools, planning based on 6 seasons. I know some of our northern communities, they operate on planning on the 6 seasons, on the 6-season cycle. We have also planning based on the 13 moons and so forth. And it's all translated into our 5 languages that we have, which would be very similar to a lot of your communities as well. And you know, not a salesman, but that is in our shop. If you go to our website, we do have a shop, and all those resources are available to be purchased by anybody. If you feel like you can use it to help your children, then go ahead. Pillar 2 is capacity building. We really look to build capacity in the communities. We're always trying to work ourselves out of a job. If we can build up people, lift people up so they can support the communities at home, that's what's best. Not us in the city flying out and driving out and so forth. We can build those supports in the communities where we can. That's what we want to do. The in-school supports, again, traveling to the communities, providing supports in basically any of the areas that they need support with. We get requests for language and culture planning, all kinds of areas. So it's community education development, community language planning, school board training. We do have some communities that operate their own local school boards, so we provide school board training for their new board members and so forth, and continue to support any way we can. So if you can move up to the next one, please. So we have an inclusive education services department, and they provide services in all types of areas and all the clinical areas. So they oversee the inclusive ed programming, reading clinicians, and school psychology. But in addition to that, they have Jordan's Principal funding that provides services to three columns in the areas of speech and language, OT, PT, audiology, student wellness, and those numbers beside there are the numbers of clinicians that we actually have. We ran one of the biggest cohorts in Canadian history for First Nations with, there was actually 11 psychologists, First Nation psychologists that graduated. We have 9 of them now. So we have 9 First Nation psychologists. We have 12 First Nation speech and language pathologists. We have a number of other First Nations clinicians as well. So we're very proud of that. We put a lot of emphasis on developing our own so that we could have them to service our children. As a principal in the past and as an education director in the past, the cookie cutter psychologists used to drive me crazy. The ones who come in and they send you a report and they didn't even change the school name of the previous school. They missed the line and all of a sudden it has somebody else's school name on it. You know, now we hold our clinicians accountable and they provide the services that are much needed. But at the same time, starting to focus on our ways of thinking, knowing, and doing. Not coming in and doing a paper assessment and diagnosing, but working with the school, with families of the children on how best to raise that child. Labeling them something and saying this might work, see you later, that's a thing of the past. We have to do things different. We have to do things the way we know are best, and that's what we're doing. We also have the Training Institute. Right now it's slowed right down. A lot of these training programs finished. Right now they're running the rehab assistant program. Just before the pandemic, we completed the RISE program, which is a resource teacher program. We had 70 resource teachers that graduated from that one. So that was the largest cohort ever from the University of Manitoba to graduate together in one program area. And it's the largest First Nation one that I know of. So there was quite a few of them. So that was a really good one. Another department under the MFNERC is the Operational Management and Technology Department. So again, this department only provides services to MFNSS and MFNERC member schools, and they provide all kinds of IT support, computer purchasing. One of the big areas in this department is our Wapusqua Virtual Collegiate. So Wapusqua Virtual Collegiate is a complete online high school. It's actually just before the pandemic received its own school number. So it's actually its own standalone school now. They operate all their courses online in an online environment where the teacher actually teaches on there. Children can see what the teacher is doing. They can ask questions and so forth. All their work is submitted online. And, it's another one that we're really proud of. We haven't seen anything else like this in Canada, First Nation or not First Nation, that provides the level of programming that our virtual high school does. And the whole idea behind the high school, virtual high school, was to help support those communities that don't have high schools so that they don't have to try and send their children out. You know, and we know the results of having to send our children away, especially when they have to leave home for lengthy periods of time. It doesn't work out. So Wapusqua is there. We have a digital learning environment team who is working on setting up a single sign-on process. I don't know how many of you are in the same boat as I am. You have to log into everything and you have to change your password. Next thing you got 8, 9 passwords and you're punching your computer because you can't remember the password. You got to do blah, blah. Digital learning environment is creating an environment that's single sign-on. You have one password. Once you're in, everything is in there that you need to sign on to. Teachers can set up for their students. School administrators can set up for their staff so that their teachers aren't on Facebook or Instagram when they're supposed to be teaching. It won't be on there unless you want it to, and things like that. So it's a single sign-on controlled environment. And it'll cut down on time and having to remember 10, 12 passwords. So as part of that too, we are creating what we're calling a virtual knowledge keeper. Just like many other organizations, and somebody talked about that this morning. I think it might have been Jonathan who said, you know, there's lots of organizations that have done lots of great things. Where are they? You know, that's where we're at. We had so many things created through our organization, but one was done with this external publisher. One was done over here. Well, this one, they're no longer in existence, so all those files are gone. So now we're going to create a virtual knowledge keeper where everything we create and everything that we can put in there is going to be put in there, and our MFNSS and MFNERC member schools will have access to it. They can search and find research that has been done, resources that have been created, and all of that good stuff. But also all of our videos and recordings. So we have some huge projects that hundreds of videos recording elders in the language to preserve language. All of that will be on there. And again, information technology is a big one. Providing those services to help schools set up computers, set up their servers, get internet, get better connectivity, and so forth. So we provide support for, again, our MFNSS and our MFNERC schools in that area. The regional capacity, we have a number of different initiatives that we do. We host 2 major conferences. We have Lighting the Fire that happens at the beginning of May. Some of you may have attended. I know we do get some people from Ontario and Saskatchewan who attend. We capped our registration at 1,200 last year, and we still had, and we had to turn away about 600 people. So it's a pretty popular conference with lots of sessions. We have one in the fall that's Circle of Knowledge and Practices. Again, that one we capped at 800 this year. What else is there? We also have another, not project, but area for post-secondary institute development. It's a new area that we're moving into, and we're hoping that we can develop that more with the regional post-secondary team that's been established. I believe there's probably something very similar to similar happening in Ontario, where they've established a regional table for post-secondary discussions and starting to allocate some of the funding that's part of that. So, you know, with that, I know that there's a lot more that I could talk about. We're always willing to help share information. You know, if it's going to help children in your community, we're all for that. I know our executive director, Charles Cochran, had wanted to be here, but he's got a very busy schedule. So he had asked me to come in his place. I have a little bit more knowledge about a lot of these things because I did sit as a board member of the organization at one time before I actually worked here. So I was actually part of a lot of the processes, and working in First Nations education for a long time, I've been able to be part of it. But our goal has been to ground everything we do now in language and culture. I heard somebody talking this morning about, how terrible of a place we are in regards to languages. Most recently I heard that only 2% of our people speak their language fluently. That's scary. It's scary if only 2% are speaking the language fluently. So we need to do a lot more, and we need to incorporate culture. You can't teach language in isolation of culture. It doesn't work that way. We've been trying to teach language as a subject. We've been trying to teach in the absence of culture, and it has not worked. In our region, it hasn't worked. We have had no programs that have produced language speakers in the last 30 years. So we're not doing something right. We need to change the way we're thinking. And this is my language and culture spiel, because I'm a language and culture director. But we need to do more. The gentleman in the back was talking language. He talked about we got to quit doing it the Mitaguzi way, the Munya way. Hasn't worked. The Anjik Knamoy do Kini Janasananik. We have to do it different. We have to think about things different. And I talk all the time in our region, and I talk to our staff about this, and our principals and our directors. One of the big things for the last 20 years was, let's indigenize it. Well, you can't indigenize or make something First Nations that's not First Nations. You have to make your own. Make it your way. Even books, you can't take books and translate them. They sound funny because they're not done from a language perspective. It's translated. So we have to do more. And that'll be my little words of language and culture for today. I had to throw that in there. But, with that, I know I'm sitting on the panel and we'll take some questions then, but I want to say, Chimiwech kai kabiawaj minan tabi yidwan amon nongum chai, niminandam, I tegi yidwan, the debajmo na nijai, in a dutamanita nikeon jian. Miwech.
Okay, we're going to have Devin back again for the panel, so we're going to have a question and answer at a time. Now I'm going to call upon Brian Wildcat, I think his name is. Brian is has been dedicated to improving Indigenous education in Mascoas for more than 30 years. Good man. Highlights of his career include negotiation transfer of Erskine schools to local control in 1991, the post of superintendent of Miwa Wako Down. I can't. Education, it's in education for Emerson schools for 20 years, and Mascoas education. I'm sorry, Brian, if I'm murdering your First Nations name, pardon me. Okay. Was improving student outcomes. Furthering in Nahuataswan Cree caricature or essence curriculum to work on create single school system was guided by 3 beliefs, focusing on what is best for children, guidance by Cree philosophy of Wakoteon, and renewing the treaty relations with Canada by putting into practice our treaty right to education. Brian's leadership was instrumental in the creation of Muskoka Education Schools Commission, which was launched in September 2018, taking responsibility for 11 schools, 2,200 students, and 450 employees. Brian's leadership was instrumental in the creation of no, I've done that already. The microphone threw me off. The vision of MESC is to foster competent, confident, and resilient Muskoka Cree-speaking students. I'm going to skip that, Brian. The word's about that long. But the key principle at Wako Tewan is the idea that all of us are related. All of us are connected. And there we have a responsibility to maintain good relations and work together. Underpins the collaboration, consultation needed to build a united school system. Brian believes the best way to implement the treaty right to education is to achieve high degree of success within the Muskoka school. Throughout his life, Brian, mother and father reinforced the importance of education, beginning with his mother, the first teacher for Muskoka. 3 generations of families have graduated from the University of Alberta. Brian attended Augustina Camrose Laurentian College from 1978 to 1979, and went to receive a Physical of Education in Outdoor Pursuits from the University of Calgary in 1967. He completed his Master of Education, Educational Administration in 1995 at the University of Alberta. He's the recipient of Eagle Feather Headdress from Emerson Cree Nation 1991. Augustina 2018 Distinguished Alumni Award at the University of from the University of Alberta 2019 Alumni Award of Excellence. Brian is a member of the Emerson First Nation, lives in Muskoka with Pam, his wife, for 38 years. They have 3 children and 1 grandchildren. So, Brian, you can come up and make your presentation. I almost run out of air.
That was too long of an introduction. I feel blessed today because being, what did he say, 1898 graduating, so being over 100 years old now, I I feel good about that, and I think I'm looking pretty good for 120 years old. So anyway, nigan no te tamskad na ka kiao ten to temptik. Dun miasen pe mi cheti ko te pe to te mekom ki guayum mascochi se ki we egi to tamak. Brian Wildcat Siga son na asko ake ko mascochi soche. I was the superintendent of
MESC the last 4 years, and I was also the CEO for MESC in the negotiations moving into the one school district. So, so with that, one of our slogans, I guess you'd call it, at the beginning when we started this whole process was the idea of 11 schools, 4 nations, 1 vision, and that kind of captured in a nutshell kind of what we were trying to do. We had 4 separate nations, all running separate education authorities. We united them under one umbrella, under the MESC umbrella. And I'm going to try and see how this works now. Yeah. So Maskwacis is located in central Alberta. It's made up of 4 Cree nations there, Ermineskin Cree Nation, Samson Cree Nation, Louisville Tribe, and the Montana First Nations. And we also have a reserve out at Pigeon Lake, which is kind of the 5th community in our organization. We have a population about 18,000 people. We have our 11 schools and about, well, that's on the next slide. I don't want to jump too far ahead. But one of the key things in the area is because we're so tight and closely connected there by geography, it was easier for us to kind of build that sense of working together because you have an identity as Naasquak from Ermineskin or Nipsikupak from Samson. We also have a Maskwacis identity when we're all together, so we're all Maskwacis too. So I think all that played into our favor when we were uniting. So at present we have the 4 nations which I described. We have approximately between 21 and 2,200 kids in the 11 schools. We run 1 Head Start. We have about 485 employees. 70% of our staff is First Nation. About 55% are local from Maskwacis. We maintain and manage 20 buildings other than schools, but other offices and that. Our annual budget is now $70 million. We started off 4 years ago with a budget about $59 million, but it has increased in the last little bit. Of that, $5 million comes in from the province because we have 2 agreements that we've created, one with the federal government and one with the Alberta government. So before MESC, in most presentations, I'll kind of give a broader context of where MESC came from, but because of time, I'm going to try to keep it a little more brief. On Ermineskin, which is one of the main communities in the or maybe central communities in Maskwacis, had the Ermineskin Indian Residential Schools, was one of the largest residential schools in Canada. It operated there from 1894 right up to 1975. This is a picture that hangs in one of our high schools. It was done by George Littlechild, and it's one of the few panels that has a lot of dark or black in the picture, and it just kind of represents that period with the residential schools. And I'm not going to go into a lot of detail there because everybody knows here and probably has their own stories to tell, so I'm not going to go into too much there. This is a picture of the old residential school, and then of course there's a monument now because when we built our school, one of our schools, we tore down the residential school and the old school and then built a new school on top of it, and then there was a monument put up for the residential school on the site. So local control from 75 to 90, the Ermineskin School became a federally run school. It was run by Indian Affairs. And then in the 1990s, the community started going and taking over and managing their own schools, taking over administration of the schools. So in 1989, Nipsikupak Education Authority was created, which is the Samson Nation. They were the first group to start down this path. And then 2 years later, in 1990, Ermineskin, we took over the existing residential school, which was in the community. Of course, we tore it down, built a new one a little bit later. And then Louisville created the Gaspatnak School Society. They started in an abandoned kind of trailer factory, which they renovated into a kindergarten and an elementary school. With just, I don't know, I think it was about 2 classrooms. We helped them in that transition. And then in 1996, Montana Band built their schools. It was called, it's still called Musconauca-Nipawit School. And then that kind of created the local control in Musqueam. And then from that period to about 2017, we were operating as individual school entities of varying sizes. So the largest system was Erminskins. We had the largest number of kids in our system. Montana was the smallest of the systems. They only had about 150 kids in their school. At Erminskin, the largest one, we had about 1,100 kids, and then all the other nations were kind of in the middle. So anyway, through that period of time, a lot of work was done, and then the success in the schools varied. And obviously, smaller schools struggled a little more, so the results that were being achieved, they were all over the place, so that our success and achievement was a very mixed bag. Some schools were doing well, some schools were struggling. But the big part of this period is Musqueam, which before was known as Hobima. We benefited from oil royalties, right? So we had the oil resources. So one thing that happened as individual nations, which was probably a good thing, was we had our own resources where we were able to build our own schools. So we built 9 schools in a community during that period of time. A lot of it built with our own community oil resources, and then later Indian Affairs paying it back. So we kind of got ahead of the queue because we had the ability during that time to use our resources to build those schools. And we have some really beautiful buildings in Musqueam, in our school buildings. This is just one of them. This is the Erminskin Junior High School here. Okay, I'll go to the next one. So where we started, I'll get right into the work. For us, when we were working around 2009, Samson hired a new superintendent, and he was coming to me, visiting me, kind of getting kind of the lay of the land. What should he do? Kind of what should what were priorities that he should be working on. And then we sat and we talked a little bit about what our schools were doing. And then we started talking about working more collaboratively together, because it was very separate to what everybody was doing as individual nations. Each school was completely separate. There was very little communication and information sharing happening at the time. So we were talking about how do we improve results, how do we get things going, and we started this conversation. And then Kevin at one point invited me for breakfast, and we went to Smitty's Pancakes in Wetaskiwin, just the town next to us. And there we kind of mapped out the idea of what could we do to collaborate better. And at first it was very, it wasn't a very ambitious, it was a very modest kind of a collaboration. We just decided we were going to share policies. We tried to align policies. We were going to share contract information, salary grids. And then we got into the thing about starting to share student information, and then even working on common projects. So that is where we started working together. So in 2009 already we were having a lot of collaboration beginning from those very modest steps. Kind of move ahead. During that period we did FNSSP, which brought in about $22 million into Musqueam for all the schools. That was a joint effort by everybody, which was our first kind of success as a group. The second one was about 2012. We had all the school boards come together and education committees, and we built something and worked on something called the Unity Plan, and that's where we started mapping out the idea of eventually coming together under one roof. Our third kind of activity as a group, which was very successful, was our outreach school. We just, instead of each of us starting our own outreach school, we kind of combined efforts, and we put together a Musqueam outreach school. And then around 2014, if you recall, TRC is finishing, they're giving their report and they've got their recommendations. And there's just kind of a mood in the country for reconciliation. There's lots of talk coming in. Two big things happened in Alberta and Canada that were very critical, I think, at the time. One was Stephen Harper's government loses and Trudeau takes over. And but in that switchover, the money that was left behind from, if everybody remembers, the First Nations Education Act, that kind of got shelved and put away. The minister at that time was, and I'm paraphrasing here, kind of said, you know, First Nations out there are looking at building structures and groups, and they know how to do it. We're looking for a willing partner. And we already had been moving down this road of collaboration, so we felt we were able to start that conversation. Also in Alberta, what happened was Jim Prentice came back from the federal government back into Alberta, became the premier, and then he made a bad decision and called an early election. He paid the price, the NDP took over, and now we had an NDP social justice government in Alberta, and Jim Prentice, one good thing he did in his short time as premier was he made himself the Minister for Aboriginal Relations, and then he carved off a bunch of money for aggregate groups to start conversations. So all these things are coming into place, and I think we're poised at the time ready to join those conversations. So that's in 2015 with all this kind of happening. We meet with the chiefs, we kind of do a presentation with them, and we talk about the benefits of building one school division. And a long story short, we spent a whole day with the council. People kind of refer to that as kind of a minor miracle because it's very rare we get every single chief and council in one room for one day to talk about one thing. So this happened, and as we're presenting, one of the chiefs, Daryl Strongman, I'll just kind of cutting to the chase here, says, you know, why don't we pursue this, and offers to make a motion on the floor that at that meeting. Our intent at that meeting was not to get a motion, it was just to introduce the idea and then probably have a second meeting where we would discuss and kind of carve out a motion. But instead, the opportunity was there and everybody was engaged and I think motivated to go down this path. So there was a little recess in the afternoon. Each of the nations went to their kind of separate areas, separate corners, I'll say, and then we broke for maybe half hour, and then they came back, and then Ermineskin Cree Nation had drafted a wording for the motion. So we left Calgary on May 15, 2015, with a motion that says the four chiefs and councils of Musqueam direct MESC. At that time, we were called the Musqueam Education Steering Committee. And to look into the creation of a single education authority that has to be treaty-based and that has to be funded properly in the development of it. So that's kind of set the stage for us. In 2016, we started into that transition. We put together a transition board, and we incorporated under the federal government. We seconded key administrators from all of the nations to work on this project. We secured funding for it, and then we brought in research consultants. We did a major program review with all our schools. We did a facility review and a technology inventory, and then we did a facility management upgrading plan. And then we also did a lot on communications and community engagement. We made a plan for that. And then we took our Unity plan, which was a 10-year plan, shrunk it down, took the key activities out of that, and turned that into the implementation plan to do the research for this project. And coincidentally, that also had 95 steps in it when we were doing it. And then we did some negotiation training, and then we came back to the chiefs in 2016 in January. We said what we've learned, this was worth for us to pursue, and they gave us the go-ahead. And then in 2017, we got prepared after we did our negotiation preparations. We sat with Ottawa and with the province of Alberta, and we were negotiating two agreements at the same time. So we'd have one set of meetings with the province, and then we'd have another set with Indian Affairs. They both ended up with good agreements. During those negotiations, we kind of centered our thoughts around, we call them the 4 Cs. And the 4 Cs were, for us to do this, we had to have complete control of the system. We needed to be, we needed consistency, so we needed a guarantee of funds for a long period of time. And we were looking for compatibility. It had to be at least equal to provincial funding or better. And then we had to have some compensatory money coming in to compensate us for lost dollars from all the years of poor funding. And we negotiated, and in 2018, we created the organization. We opened all the schools under the new organization. So when we were going through this process, we were actually, I talked about we were dealing with 2 levels of government. We were actually dealing with 3. So there was a lot of the conversation was also local governments between the nations, right? So when I look back on it and I reflect, probably most of our work and the hardest part of our work was done at the nations. It was the 4 nations, the 4 chiefs and councils, having to hammer out and figure out how they're going to work together. More effort went into that than the negotiations we did with the federal government or with the provincial government. Actually, if I had to kind of just make up a number for an example, probably 75% of our work was local. Maybe 20% was federal and 5% was provincial. And the provincial government was funny at one point. We weren't giving them much attention in the negotiations with them, and our position, our backup was that if we didn't get a federal agreement or a provincial agreement, it was okay. We could live without it because we weren't sure what we were going to get out of it anyway. It turned out to be a nice little extra, but they were concerned about it, and they came to us at one meeting and they said, "What's going on here? How come you guys aren't putting, you're kind of being coy with us, and what's going on here?" And then I told him, well, I said, let me put it this way. I said, we know that our main event is the federal government. That's the deal we have to make, with that we have to secure. So it's like going to the circus. The federal government is the big tent. That's with 3 rings, and they got elephants, and they've got the big show, and what do they call those things when they're flying around in the sky, whatever it is. But that's the big event. That's where we want to be. We want a front seat to that. You guys, the province, you guys are like the side tent, the little sideshow tent where they have the bearded lady and the 2-headed cow and all that kind of stuff. We'll go by there. We're going to go in. We're going to look, but we're not going to spend much time there because we have to get to the big main tent. But anyway, so we got these 2 things happening at the same time. And the work we did locally, the conversation between the nations, we developed 2 documents, and then the delegation agreement, much like David, what you were talking about, the delegations from each of the groups. So what we did was we started working on all these kind of simultaneously through that time while we're negotiating. We're also building these agreements. The first big agreement, or first thing we did that was very helpful, was the declaration, Musquechee's Declaration on Education. And at the same time, we were also creating the Musquechee's education law. The key feature there is our governance model, which is a Wakaton inspired governance model. And then, of course, the delegations through BCRs and agreements to give authority to MESC to operate the schools. And then the 2 governments, we were dealing with them. With Canada, we ended up signing what we refer to as, and they agreed to it, was the Resource and Development Agreement. So it's called the Musquechee's Education Schools Commission Resource and Development Agreement. In there, the key part of this, what we were really adamant about at the table, was the idea that governance was the nation's responsibility, that the Musquechees would decide on how this governance would work. So we had also already created a governance model through the law. And then what what we did with the federal government agreement was we took sections out of our law and added them into the agreement. And then there's also clauses in that agreement that recognize the Musqueam law as the founding document that creates MESC. So that was the key difference for us. We kind of left governance out of that agreement because we already had something in place with the law. With the Alberta agreement, it was a little bit different. It was a framework agreement to open a door to have conversations with the province. And in fact, a big key part of this, I'll talk about a little bit later on, but when I go back next Friday, we are meeting with the Alberta government again to talk about curriculum, because we've developed the Musqueam curriculum. We want to start moving down the path of replacing the Alberta curriculum with the Musqueam curriculum. So we have to sit down and talk to them about kind of the outcome level areas. You know, that's how we're going to connect with the Alberta government. But I'll talk about that a little bit later. So the declaration, what was important about this document was we put a lot of time and effort talking with elders, community members, and this document was drafted over a series of a couple of months, and it was signed on November 29th in 2017. So that's our very first document it got a lot of airtime, and then we got a lot of naysayers in the community during this period because there was a lot of misinformation going around, and people were saying this was going to affect our treaty rights. So, but it was signed on there, the chief signed that document. The key part of this document, it kind of sets the stage for what we move forward on. It kind of identifies the idea, you know, that children will kind of be central to all the decisions moving forward. They're the key reason why we're doing this. We want to include parents' involvement and elders in the process. We want to exercise our inherent right to run our own system, and we're going to create language and identity as core themes for the schools. That's what they'll be based on. And then we came with these through this process with the 4 core values for MESC, and a lot of everything we do in MESC is founded on these core values. You'll see it in our curriculum, you'll see it in all of our documents, and then everything that we did from there, you'll see these values get into the federal agreement and the resource and development agreement, and they're also connected with the provincial framework agreement we have. So they're kind of defined legally now as concepts. So those were key, and the 4 values are Ino Mantanetskan, Neo Pimatsoan, Neoen, and Wakotoan. They come central to everything we do. The other thing that the declaration does is it kind of states out our position on treaty rights. So for us, we believe what we're doing here is actually implementing the treaty right to education by the work that we're doing, so that our actions are the treaty right. So it's not, Willie Littlechild at one meeting said, what we've been able to do with creation of the law, the declaration, and these agreements is to carve out a definition for treaty right to education for Musqueam without having to go to court and having to fight for it. So I think that was important. So we kind of give our explanation, what is the spirit and intent of the treaty. For us, it's delivering high quality education at the highest possible standards based on community needs and Musqueam Cree beliefs, and to achieve a high degree of success in our schools. The relationship with Canada is their funders. They provide the proper funding for us to manage and operate our schools. So that was a very key document. And then from there, we went into BCRs first. Each nation signed BCRs supporting the creation of MESC, the law, and delegating authority. Then we went into delegation agreements. In the delegation agreement, the delegation agreements direct Ottawa to give money directly to MESC to operate, and also we take responsibility and accountability for all that we're doing with the schools, and then we accept those responsibilities. The law kind of establishes kind of key areas, obligations, priorities, goals, roles, those type of things. And then the main thing is our Wakaton-inspired governance. This model came because we were doing local engagements as part of our negotiation and preparations, and they were so successful and they were so powerful, we decided to keep them and incorporate them into the law, and we continue this practice where we still engage with these groups. So these are the groups we engage with all year long. We have one session with each of those groups, plus they represent the school board. So we have 4 community reps. It was decided, the council felt didn't matter the size of the community, everybody would get 1 rep. Then we have 2 members at large that have specific qualifications. You have to have a master's degree and board experience to kind of be on a member at large, and you could be from any of the nations. We have 2 elders. We have an elder circle. The elders select the elders to represent the elders. They get 2 places, and parents get 2 spots. Same thing, parent advisory committees at all our schools. The chairmen come in together and they pick two members to sit on the school board, and then the chiefs sit as ex officios or their proxies. So this is the federal agreement. The big one here is, again, I already talked a bit about it. It protects the treaty rights out of the preamble part of the document into the legal text. We also have recognition of our law for the governance, as the law is recognized in there, and then the 4 core values are also key to this agreement. We also have acknowledgement that Cree, English, and French will be the language of instructions. We're not quite there with Cree yet, but that's where we want to move, is eventually to have all the schools instruction in Cree. We get to decide what the performance measures are, and then each of the bands were able to keep their band support funding through that 10-year process, and the final deal was worth about $600 million. The core funding, we've got a 10-year agreement, no more proposal-driven dollars, it's all in a formula, and it's called the Musqueam funding model, so it's unique to Musqueam. It has some features that are similar to REA's, but there's other features that are just unique to Musqueam. We were able to negotiate where we get 70% of the money in April, 20% in October, and 10% in February. The Board of Governors can redirect and put money wherever they feel the priorities are, and we have the ability to carry over any surpluses. We were able to add on another 10 years with extra funding for transition planning and enhancement for students. That was kind of the compensatory side. Increasing our pension, and we have a protection clause for decreases in funding. So if our funding can't drop more than 1.5% if, because of enrollment or because of policy changes from the provincial or federal government. The Alberta Framework Agreement, we got a little bit of money there too, about $2,000 enhancement grant over the 10 years, which is another $50 million. And we have the non-derogation clause in the agreement, as well as some commitments to reconciliation from the Alberta government. And it will be useful for us when we get into the curriculum discussion. So for us, there are some key steps here in the creation of MESC. So I think for us to be successful, it was important that we had a clear vision and a clear set of goals, what we were going to do. We had that plan in place. And we were able to build off successes that we already had, so we were continuing to build off things that we had already been doing quite well. And I think a big key part of it was what I talked about earlier. In Musqueam, in Ermineskin and Niasquak, you have your identity as Ermineskin member, but you also have an identity as Musqueam. So it was easy. I think that helped us in that negotiation. Plus our geographical location, we're all close together. We brought in a group of about 25, 30 people were involved that were committed to this process and stuck through it to the end. We did a really great job, I believe, in our communication and our consultation process. We engaged, I think the final count was about 3,500 people were involved in the negotiations in our community, or not the negotiation, but in engagement. And we were well prepared in our negotiation strategy. We had done training. We had identified key interests, key areas, alternatives that we would have as backup plans. What if the plan, our negotiation fails, what would happen? that kind of stuff. So we were going in well prepared with our data. We knew about our system, and we had a good idea what we were expecting. And then, of course, we created all these documents. So in the end, kind of in the action now, we've been operating for 4 years. We're in our 5th year. This is the board now, their model for policy development in the organization. We use a policy governance model. So we have kind of 5 key goals. We have the global ends goal, which is engaging parents and having respectful, inspiring schools. We have career life and identity, high graduation rates, academic success, and healthy lifestyles. So these are key for moving forward. We do a lot of tracking. We track about 50 measures. This is just an example of one of the areas we measure, and we build trends, and we can see, we usually mark off green means we've hit the target or beat it, and red is that we've dropped. This is how we're set up. We're a school board, so we provide all the second level services, so we take care of everything. We're divided with the superintendent's office, a business administration, corporate services, learning services, and people services. I won't read all this, but this is some of the examples of the things. They're very similar to what Davin has. We provide all those services directly to the schools in the system. We manage all the schools. We take care of payroll. We do all the contracts. We do all the school APs, handbooks, everything like that. It's all done as one system for the schools, and then we provide all second level services to medically fragile students. A big key thing here too is we do provide focus on wellness with counselors and school psychologists. We have 11 in our system that support other than the school counselors. So we have 11 school psychologists, social workers, play therapists, that type of people. We also have a group called the Student and Family Support Workers. They're a group of 6 people that take high-risk students and work with those families 7 days a week, 12 months of the year. Even in the summer, they stay connected. So these are families we know are going to have trouble finishing the school year, and their kids struggle. And so we stay connected with them all the time. They do a lot of supports, like even helping families go to medical appointments, get them to go buy groceries. They do all kinds of stuff with them. It's a very powerful program. And of course, we do our own curriculum. We've been working on it for 4 years. And then we have our land-based learning, instructional coach, and inclusive coaches, and a partnership with the Martin Family Initiative on literacy and on early learning. I'm trying to go as fast as I can here. So just some key things, like what did we do since we got started? Well, what they made an impact for us. We were able to increase almost 100 people, professional staff, because we got the resources in. So we hired more teachers and EAs. So we went from about 300 employees when we were all separate to now we're at almost 500. So we've, but right away at the beginning, we almost hired 100 people right off the bat, brought in more teachers and more supports. We were able to increase all the second level supports, which we take care of. There's very few things that we contract out now. We do like Manitoba there, we do contract some services out with school psychologists and OT, PT, language, those type of things. We were able to increase all our teachers' salaries across the board. We were probably the best paying school board in the province. We're about 5% better than our neighboring school boards for salaries. We pay for all the benefits for everybody that works for us. We were able to bring in a fleet of buses. We run our own transportation, and we have done those. Okay, 5 minutes. Okay, and I think one of the big things that has been a benefit for us was the ability to deal with the COVID crisis. I wasn't going to talk too much, but it was really one of the times where Mask Sean was, we were able to kind of power through that. I don't think as individual nations by ourselves we would have been able to get through that as well as we had. One of our key things is we have a food program. We feed all 11 kids, and it costs us about $4.50 a kid for a day for 2 meals. Our curriculum, it's a full curriculum with 4 core areas. And like I say, we're meeting with Alberta next week to identify how this curriculum will work and connect with the Alberta curriculum. So we're doing it at the outcomes level. So every time we have a Muscatcheese outcome meets up with an Alberta outcome, we'll be replacing that, and that's how we'll move to change to a Muscatcheese outcome. Nehiwewen is one of our key areas. Nehiwatsuwen, land-based learning. Just some of the things, we have a horse program, same thing with ice fishing and all that, and the hides. And we do have a buffalo harvest that we participate in with one of the nations has a buffalo farm. They always allow us to join in on their culling. So those have been kind of key areas. One of our last projects, we had 4 small high schools. We're taking them, recombining them into a large high school, and we're trying to negotiate right now with Ottawa to get a new composite high school built. So that, and MESC has been also able to support the nations in the community in many different ways. One of the last key ways was with the papal visit when the Pope came into Muscatcheese in the summer. We were behind the scenes providing a lot of supports. We used the schools as viewing areas. We fed everybody. Our food program fed all the RCMP, the Papal Organizing Committee, elders, volunteers for a week. Our own, and then tidied everything up. We provided and secured services for when you were watching it on TV. That was all done through MESC's arranging all those type of things at Bear Park. And of course, we had our buses providing transportation. So this is a quick video. It's only about 5 minutes. I think it's worth watching though, and then I'll use this 5 minutes. I'll give myself 5 more minutes.
Hey yo, hey, 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 yo,
stepping into an area of responsibility. And our leadership has got a new opportunity to really focus on that. Now it's our turn. It's our responsibility, like it was traditionally, as parents or as grandparents, as community family members, to surround the individual child in an education atmosphere and to support the children in their pursuit of education. So it's a really new and distinct opportunity that we have, and really I think only the future will tell how successful we'll be in taking over that control of our education and exercising the responsibility and authority that we have as leaders. So it's exciting.
Kita tomskatinawa, Vikanite Danaskama, Amotawima, Kaina Mankoyak, Kota Kisigao, Ko Batamak. De Hiamia, De Hiliwen Anima, Nanowiwen, Ayus Beakwan Muskiki, Biko, Ka Akamemoya Kakwe Ne Hiliak. I think going to school on the res is like a huge part of my makeup and kind of makes me who I am, was being here and going to school here. And you know, like for the longest time, especially in elementary, I thought that if I stayed here, if I stayed going to school on the res, that I wouldn't make it. That the education that they give me wouldn't be enough to make it, to qualify. But here I am, and I applied, and I'm going to U of A in the fall, and it's kind of amazing. School is what you make it. Like, we demanded to have higher stream courses so we could apply directly. So last year, Ermiskin had their first ever like math 30-1 like high stream math, and it was an all-female class, and I got to be a part of it, and you know, I passed my diploma.
Soaring with our ego so high, feeling free. Remember me.
What I'm most most excited about with the creation of the new authority is obviously it's history in the making, but I'm also really excited about learning and listening from students and families and engaging them in a collaborative decision-making process. And I believe that being responsive as well as we listen to our students and families, I think is really important as part of engaging them and having them part of the decision-making process.
Remember me when the sun comes up in the morning sky. There I will be, soaring with the eagle so high, feeling free.
Hi, kailangan askom tanawa pe totemek. Thank you very much.
Okay, we're going to take a break, 15-minute break, and then we'll be back here. And my friend over there, Derek Chum, is going to take on the responsibility of facilitating a panel between Devin and Brian. Okay, so we'll take 15 minutes. And while we're taking that break, there's going to be surveys that are going to be on the table. It'll be put on the, what do you call it, on the tables. And completed surveys will be entered into a draw for door prizes at 5 p.m. So you can't leave. You got to be here for the. This is like bingo, eh? You gotta do one way, and then you gotta come back and claim your prize, just in case you're the lucky winner. Okay, can we get started again? People can take their seats. Okay. Oh, for get together type of thing. Okay. Devin and Brian. Okay, the panelists are going to be here, and then I'm going to turn it over to Derek now to go with the agenda.
Hello. Okay, great. Thank you, Bentley, for that intro. So I'm here with Brian and Devin to talk a bit about what we just heard them present. So we'll have some time for questions from the group here, but I want to, I guess, take the opportunity to, do some comparing and contrasting to what these folks do with their communities versus what we are looking to do, and maybe that'll better help us understand and situate ourselves and the work that we're doing here in the NAN territory. So very impressed with the work you guys have done in your respective communities. To pull all that together, I can imagine the time it took, the meetings, the conversations that all went into it. Brian, you just illustrated that clearly, in the months and years it took, and the willingness of your leadership to push this forward. In doing so, I talked earlier in my presentation about the community engagement. Maybe you can give us a sense, I'll start with you, Brian, about the extent and scope of how you engaged members from your communities to get them on board.
Okay. Yeah, sure, I can do that. But before that, I just want to also acknowledge your presentation and the work you're doing. I think it's very ambitious, and I think it's kind of looks to me like a step more than what we've done. So I just want to extend my acknowledgement to your group and to this group for taking that effort to make, putting the effort to do that. I think it's going to be a good project. Okay. So when we started our engagement, we had it in our plan, our implementation plan, before we went to negotiate. And it was originally intended just to have like 5 sessions. We were going to do each community once and have a large engagement. I think after the second or maybe the third engagement we had, we were getting such positive feedback from the members that we felt that this was something that had to continue. So we ended up having more engagements. I think before we negotiated and started, we had gotten up to, I don't know, it was like maybe 17 engagements. So I know in the smallest community in Montana, we had probably gone there 7 times, just didn't, because they would call you, so we'd come back and we'd have another engagement, or they would have an opportunity where they were doing something in the community with elders, and they would say, would you come and do this presentation? So we always went when we were invited, and then it just became something that people started asking, because it created conversation and created a buzz. But I think also along with that engagement, the the way we ran it was we would do a presentation, then we would break people into groups to talk and have conversations, and that's where I think there was some really good information and feedback, and then we'd always do a survey at the end. And of course, we always had prizes and food and things like that.
Prizes and food, yes. That goes a long, long way. Davin, your group has a bigger footprint, I would suggest, than what our friend Brian has. I think geographically, you occupy a bigger space, as does NAN here in Northern Ontario. And what did your engagement look like?
Well, I think we had the advantage of having the pilot and having that as, testing grounds and proving point that it can be done. Mm-hmm. So with the Roseau project, we were able to show that, you can increase academic standards, that there's better funding available if you go through this route and so forth. So having that information really helped when presenting to the chief and councils. So I know the initial engagement, and I wasn't part of it, but the initial engagement was a room like this with interested chiefs and councils that wanted to consider this as an avenue for them in joining the school system when it was being developed. At that time, the team had showed, the difference in funding. If you come on, we'll be able to get X number of dollars to support your schools and your children. And from there, interested chief and councils, then they had community consultations where they went out and did presentations to members to get to give them opportunities to ask questions and so forth. And I don't know the total number of engagements, but I know there were quite a few engagements similar to what Brian had said, where I think you need to come back. We have more questions and our community wants to know more, so they had to go back and forth a bit until the actual agreements were ready to go and everybody was committed. So it is lots. We wanted to ensure that they had as much information that they needed to make an informed decision, both as leadership and as members of the community, so that they can work with their councils on that. So it does take time, but again, when we think back to all of the, and somebody had mentioned that today, all of the studies that were done, all the poking and prodding that we received over the years, it hasn't changed. They've said they wanted this. They wanted organizations that will support education, that will provide, local control, First Nations control for First Nations by First Nations. So we've seen that right from the Wabung document in 1971. They stated it there. They've done stall tactic, national engagement processes, they say, but the information doesn't change. And the book looks a little bit different. The recommendations are the same though. So, we've had the support for many years to do these kinds of things, and it was confirmed or reaffirmed by our chiefs in Assembly in Manitoba that this was to be done. So.
Okay. Thank you for that. So that was the lead up to, getting your systems up and running. So now that they are up and running and have been for a bit of time here, what does your community relations look like now? Like how do you engage with your community now that you're up and running?
Okay.
Brian?
Yeah, sure. I can start. Well, we drew from the benefit of that first round of engagement that we did before, that it was became such a powerful tool for us, because we were able to go to councils and say, look, we got 90% of the people said they thought this was a good idea, or whatever the numbers were, but they were always very high. And so that got worked into the law. So the law requires our school board to continue engaging with community, with those groups. So every year we have 5 engagements that the board involves in. The big one is the one we do with the chiefs and councils. We spend 2 or 3 days with them every year. We review plans, we do results, and then we engage them in the next year's plan. And then we also have a day just to review the law, so the law is kept alive and it's a living document. It has had a series of amendments already. So, and then we meet with the elders. We have what we call an elders forum. And then we have a youth day where the youth organize their own events, but in there, the board comes in, we survey them and talk to them about the schools. And then we have a parent conference, and then we also, let's see, what else do we do? Yeah, I think those are the key main ones, but they're continually engaging with those groups, and we do it every year. It's kind of part of our annual cycle for the board. Yeah.
Thanks, Brian. Devin?
Yep, for us, our board, our main board for MFNERC, on that board we have 2 chiefs from the school system, one from a northern and one from a southern community. We also have 2 other chiefs from our members, which was the second column, 2 chiefs, one from the north, one from the south, and we have 3 education directors that sit on there as well. One from the north, one from the south, and one from the school system. So they oversee the organization as a whole as the board and receive regular reporting. But on the school system side, there's also, similar to what Brian had said, is there's constant meetings that are happening for planning. There's finance will meet with chief and council to review the budgets and all the finance and where they're sitting on a regular basis, so they know where their education dollars are being used. Even though they've delegated the oversight to the system, they still know and they still have input into priorities, as well as meetings with the parent advisory committees. That happens regularly, as well as meetings with the directors of education from those communities. So those are maintained, and there's steady meetings happening to keep them informed, so that open transparency of what's happening, and also listening, right? Listening to what they want, where their priorities are. If it's language and culture, if it's, wherever. So I think that's the big piece, is that open dialogue and communication with leadership and representatives from the community.
So you have fixed sort of forums for that type of engagement then? Yeah. Okay. All right, so that's something for us to think about, is how often, at least once a year, I would suggest at NAN Chiefs Forums, it would be a place to receive feedback, and perhaps other forums throughout the year would be worthwhile to consider. Now that you've been up and running for a little bit here, can you speak to outcomes for your students? Have you noticed measurable increases in or improvements in outcomes?
Sure, I'll go. We've had major improvements. In the first year, it was hard to show outcomes because it was our first year, so there wasn't much there to show. But we've, as I had in the slide there, we do keep track of everything. We build trends of all the things we're measuring. And we have had increases. Our big one is our high school graduation. Before, when we were all running separate programs, I think our high mark was about 37 graduates. And when we got started the first year, we had 39, and of course COVID, 39, and then 39, and COVID came in, then it dropped. But last year, even with COVID, we were able last year to get, we're up to 52. And just before I came to Thunder Bay, I was talking to the high school principal, and there's potential to get 70 graduates this year. So it's taken some time, and plus we've had to recover from COVID, because COVID really threw us back into the dark ages, and it's kind of building back up. But I always tell people it won't take us the 20 years it took us the first time to build up our systems, because we have a system in place now, and we have the resources and the supports and the second level supports to students. I don't think our recovery will be a long one. I think we'll be back up and back in track in a couple of years, rather than waiting 20 years, because our attendance took a big that was the hard recovery thing coming back out of COVID, was get people back in, and the attendance has been low the last couple of years. So, but yeah, we had improvements there. The other big improvement we had was one of our schools did a 92% achievement in their language arts provincial exams a couple of years after, and they've stayed strong in that school. And then what we've learned from what was happening in that school, that was with the work with the Paul Martin Initiative. we've taken those learnings and now we implement them throughout the school. So 100 minutes of literacy at lower grades. We've standardized our assessments for literacy, those type of things. So those are things that have made a difference. And of course, our food program has been an incredible success for us. Yeah.
Wow. How about you, Dev?
Yeah, similarly, communities identify priority areas, and those are become the focus. At the same time, trying to establish system-wide goals that can be measured across the system. And that's a little bit tricky because each community has a little bit different of a goal that they want to see for their children. So balancing what all the communities want and keeping track of that. One of the things that we finally finished was the community-specific school reports based on academic achievement and all those good things that happen in each of the communities that can be provided back to them, as well as examining some of the aggregate data for the whole system is important for the system, so that they know if they're on the right track or not. So that information, but again, is what is it that you want to track? When we talk about data, academics are great, but I think one of the things that we saw coming out of the pandemic was wellness.
Yeah, mental health.
Mental health, wellness was actually more of a priority coming out of the pandemic. We started teaching kids you can't share. They weren't visiting each other. They don't know how to socially interact. So, that brings up a whole different set of not problems, but barriers that we need to address, and how do we do that in a good way? And do we focus on that wellness, or do we focus on academics? And I think that's, and I don't know what it's like in Ontario or in Alberta, but everybody was talking, recovery learning. We got to try and bring these kids up because they lost education because of the pandemic. Why are we going to force them on a set of standards that they can absolutely not achieve because of the gap in learning? Let's redirect that energy in making them healthy, happy, so that they're ready to learn and move forward. It's not just our kids, it's all kids' faces. It's global, right? So it's not like for some reason, the school was shut down for mold for 2 years, and the children had no place to go. That's a different scenario. It was everybody that was interrupted, Instead, we come back, we gotta,
I think
bang
that
their fist. We're trying to they gotta read. They're not at level 16. Blah blah blah. We got. Oh wait, are they happy? Are they happy with that? So, look,
that's the similar approach we've taken is wellness and mental health is the focus this year, and that not to say we're not doing anything about academics, but that has to be the second part for the kids' readiness comes first, like their wellness, their health. And that's the approach we've taken as well.
That's interesting. Very unique point in time, right? Coming out of COVID and all the challenges that presents.
And maybe just one other thing, and it depends on who you ask. If you ask parents, if you ask teachers and educators, if you ask leadership, or if you ask elders, they'll give you different priorities. So whose priorities do you go with? That's going to be, because you can't do them all. I had a great meeting with our elders council for our chiefs a couple weeks ago, and they said language and culture. Now, they didn't say nothing about academics, right? Language and culture. I said I'm with you, right? But so that's why it's important on, you'd love to listen to everybody and do everything everybody wants, but you gotta kind of prioritize and pick and choose. And I think then the more consultations you do, the more priorities that come up. They're great things, don't get me wrong, they're great priorities, but then you can't do them all at once. Pick a few that you can do and do well, and then start addressing the other ones. It's a balance. And you're going to stumble, you're going to fall, get back up and try again. There's no giving up It's our children and our grandchildren, so we can't give up.
All right, all right. This was brought up just earlier, the data sharing of information from your schools and your communities, that's essential information to enable you to get funding. Was that a tough go to get these data sharing arrangements in place with your schools and the communities, or was that once they bought into the system, things fell into place?
Well, for us, it was easier because we're like a school board, right? So everybody's in the system, and so we were able to manage it and kind of set out the rules for what we're collecting, and we started right into it right away because all the schools are under the authority. So there's only one board that runs all the schools, and it's only one board that we have to work with to decide on what we're going to measure and what we're going to report. So the key for us though has been on collecting aggregate data first and getting that information, and then just in the last year and this year, what we're doing is now similar to what you said in your about transparency. Each school now will be creating their own data, presenting it to the school board, and then we're taking that and reporting back to the councils on their school. So we do that quarterly, so they'll get a quarter report. This is where your school is at. Here's what they're doing. We won't do the big one like we do for the summit, where we have like 50 measures. We do the top 10. Here's the 10 that are most important for you, and then we report back to the council on those things. Plus, then we give information on capital projects, money we spend on O&M, those type of things. So it's been, it wasn't an issue because we were managing all of it. So it wasn't something we had to, talk to about, negotiate. Yeah.
How about you, Devin? What was your experience?
Well, similarly, it's who is the data for? The data has to be for informing our membership, for informing our parents. That's the important piece. If they know that's what it's for, then they don't have issue with it, right? If it's reporting to them. I know it's hard to get out of that mind frame that we got to do all this to report to government for funding.
Yeah.
No.
Yeah.
Our responsibility is to our
to
parents and to our leadership on what we're doing. If anything, we'll learn from what we're seeing, from the data we collect to improve our approaches to teaching and learning, but essentially it's showing the parents the difference that's being made.
Yeah.
And I think that's part of, if you want to say a selling point, is that we can do it, and we can do it better than a provincial school system or anything that the government can do, right? And that's what has to be the deciding factor when communities are considering processes, is that it's ours. We'll make it, we'll do it, and we'll do it better. Our elders and senior educators have always said, we know how to teach our children and what to teach them. We don't need to be told. I think somebody said that this morning. We don't need provincial systems telling us how to do things. We'll do things our way, we'll do them better, and our children will be better for it. So.
And I think that's a good point. It's what you do with the data. So you're collecting data to improve the schools and to provide better services and program for kids, and to see if what you're doing, your strategies, are actually making a difference. So if that's the first reason why you collect the data. But as far as reporting and transparency, it's funny you were mentioning the province and the governments. For us, we never even think about that. Or what we do is at the end, whatever our annual report, that's all we're sending them. We said, well, whatever you need out of it, you take it out of here, but you're getting it after we've presented it to the community and we've presented it to the chiefs. Yeah. So that's where we're concerned and focused on, and not worrying about Ottawa and Edmonton. They get the same as everybody, but they get it after we've done what we need to do with it.
Interesting reordering of priorities there. Yeah, no, that's great. What about spending on capital in your schools and your communities, new facilities or improvements where, there's a huge gap in capital spending, right? I know the schools in the NAN territories could use huge injections of capital to improved facilities. How do your systems respond to that? Who wants to go first?
Yeah, you can go
Go
ahead.
ahead. Yeah, sure, that's the pattern, okay. Well, we brought in a lot of extra, well, first of all, the money comes in, once we get it, all the resources, the board, and obviously with the admin team, we can decide where to prioritize. So we do spend money, priority areas when we need to repair. And I think for us, we made sure that our smaller schools got a big injection of capital renovations and capital dollars early, because they were smaller communities that didn't have the resources and the capacity sometimes to be able to get those things. So they were run down. So we right away went in and made sure that they were work was done there at those schools. And it was important to do that because the bigger systems, the bigger communities, they were good at maintaining their buildings, so it wasn't such a crisis. It was more by need where we would put the resources. But saying that, the money that comes in for O&M is still not enough to do a really good job with it, because like I say, we kind of have to move money around a bit. The other one is on large capital projects. We have been given authority to negotiate for those, but and that's one of our things why we want to renegotiate our existing agreement, is we would like to get capital brought into that agreement so that it's already pre-planned into our agreements, because right now we end up competing with the nations. You're in the queue with them, right, for capital projects. And that's our next goal, is to see if we could carve off something from capital, make it unique to our Muscogee's funding model, and it's included in that process. So that's kind of where we're at with that.
Are the indications good on the capital discussions from Canada as yet? Like any?
Yeah, well, we're just starting it, so we've. I think we have support at the regional level because they've seen the work that we've done, and so they're supporters there. Ottawa is always difficult because they separate so much, like what they're doing in capital in Ottawa. They don't know what's happening in education, and when you go see the capital there in Ottawa, you might as well be talking Greek. It doesn't. I don't get it. They don't get it, and so that's why we're saying that's the next level of our funding negotiating, is we somehow have to get some recognition for capital that's earmarked and added to our project. And we did put a lot of renos into one of our schools, our oldest school, so that we got in through structural readiness dollars and brought in lots of supports through that.
Yeah, and similarly with our system, for the school system, there were some initial structural readiness dollars that were received to, do minor capitals, some minor majors, capital repairs, getting schools resources and fit up done, and so forth. But for major capital, that stays at the community level, but we do have a number of staff who are knowledgeable in the processes involved in seeking a new school or applying for major capital repairs and so forth. And he's right in saying that major capital comes under infrastructure, and they're a different ball of wax over there. I was working in a community that got a new high school, so I went through all of that stuff. And what a lot of people don't realize is that the annual schools budget nationally is $500 million. And that's 10 schools across Canada a year. So that's not a lot. That's not even considering major capital repair requests that are done. Years ago in one of the communities I was working in, we had to redo the school roof. It was $1.2 million just to redo the roof, right? So when you think about all of the needs that are out there, $500 million doesn't scratch the surface. I know one of the schools that was built in northern Manitoba isolated $56 million. And it's not a great big giant school, but that was just the cost of getting materials up there and everything. So similarly, and what I didn't explain in my presentation is we have our EGA, our education governance agreement that's happening with the school system. But we also have a regional REA process that's in place right now. So everybody else who's not part of the school system, whether they're with MFNERC, independent, or under the interim funding formula, there's a negotiation process right there, right now, that's happening with the REA. In there, they're asking for, and I know Jonathan had mentioned it this morning, that they're asking for an additional $5,500 per student for immersion programming and a few other things. They're also working on costing for major capital to be included as part of that.
Yeah.
So that's another step on top of that. So that's outside of our of the school system's education governance agreement.
I just wanted to add one more thing too, because this was key for us. What we've been working on is a 10-year capital project. So we have a 10-year capital plan outlining all the work that we have, and then a lot of it was based on when I talked about in our preparation, we had done facility review. We had hired a couple of firms to come in and go through all the schools, every school building, and give us all the deficiencies and requirements and changes. So we're building off of that report, and then we've turned that into a 10-year capital project.
And that we call them facility audits.
Yeah.
Going through, yeah.
Yep.
Gotcha. One of the things you might have heard today from the presentations, and I'm sure you guys brought this up as well, is the language and culture in your curriculum. Has there been more spending and attention paid to that since your respective systems have been up and functioning? So success there, what does success look like in those programs?
Well, the big thing I would say, that's a tough question. The big thing was when I think about what have we done to improve it. One of the things before, when we were all separate, the instruction of language instruction was varied so much in each school, depending on capacity, if they had somebody who could teach it, and it was resources and all that kind of stuff. So it was very much an individual effort by teachers or instructors at the different schools, and some of them were a little bit better, and they had a little more into it than others. So when we took it over, the quality of instruction was everywhere. So one of the key things we did was through the work we were doing with our Massachusetts curriculum guide, was we went in and we've scoped out, and we've done a scope and sequence for those 4 core areas, and one of them is Nehiwawen. So in there, what we've done now is we've made sure that the instruction is built off, like what happens in grade 1 is builds to what happens in grade 2 and grade 3, where before, when we were separate, you might get instruction in Cree at grade 1 might not be all that different than what you were getting at grade 6 or maybe even in grade 9. So it wasn't, because it was such an individual effort when we were all on our own. So that's been the big key thing, is to come in, pull it all together, and we've done the scope and sequence for that. And I think that has made a big difference. And then helping support our language instructors, we have committees that come in and support the work that's being done there. But I think overall, what's really is the big difference is our curriculum. So we have got our curriculum guide. We've done scope and sequence for those 4 core areas. And now we're doing pilots, or field testing. So we're doing field testing in Nehiwawen. With that one, we're moving to an oral instruction, all Cree, with syllabic writing. So we don't do any Roman orthography, and it's all built off of that. And of course, now it's scoped out, and that's, I think, will make a big difference overall. And then what we encourage is language throughout all of the other curriculums whenever we can. So that's the idea. And then as we move from the Alberta curriculum to the Muscatcheese curriculum, more of that will happen over the time. But right now we're in that early phases. But I'm quite proud of it, is because we did all that in 4 years. So I feel like it's been an accomplishment. The results aren't there yet, but I think we've set ourselves up to make some differences coming up. And of course, it's supplemented with our land-based learning, and there's a lot of CRE that happens there too.
Awesome. I think for us, our funding for our organization for a long time has been restrictive. It's only since the new interim funding formulas and changes in funding that have come about in the last 3-4 years that we've been able to start changing the focus to language and culture. I remember doing proposals, EPP and FNSSP, and you put language, culture, no, we can't fund you for that. They would take it out just because it didn't fit their guidelines. So, a lot of people wonder, why aren't you more advanced or further ahead after being in operation for 25 years? Well, that's why. So we're currently working on a First Nations education framework that'll support curriculum development. We're already simultaneously developing resources that will support curriculum. We're not going to call it curriculum. Education programming. Curriculum is not one of our words. So whatever we create, we want it to be able to be translated into our languages. And staff argue with me with this, well, they kind of stopped now, but curriculum is not one of our words. Curriculum is not even an English word. It's a word the English stole from some other language. So we're moving away from that. Doing things in our ways of thinking, knowing, and doing is what's important. And those documents are coming, but I think the stigma around language will impede learning is still there. We still have people who will say, why should we learn Ojibwe? Why should we learn Cree? How is it going to help me? They still don't understand or see the importance of that. And and again, it's back to, residual effects of residential schools and all the negative things that have happened. Being, our parents, being taught that don't teach your kids those languages, they're evil and all this other stuff, right? And we know what that's about, so I don't have to get into that. So how do we bring language and culture to be a priority in learning? We're fortunate, one of the communities in Manitoba just completed a 5-year immersion study. And the short of it is the children that are in the language program are scoring academically higher on English tests than their English counterparts. They want to be at school, and they're happier at school than their English counterparts in the same school. So I always say, who doesn't want to have their kids score academically higher, want to go to school, and be happy in school? That's what every parent wants. Well, that's immersion, right? So what we need to do is to promote languages more, show the benefits of knowing who they are. We always hear people talk about, we see our young people walk around, they look lost. It's because they don't know who they are, they don't know their language. We need to bring those things back. One of the things that the funding formula, the interim funding formula, and I'm pretty sure it's the same for Ontario as it is every other province, is the interim funding formula was supposed to bring you to provincial comparability plus 1,500 for language and culture. I don't think any of them are bringing to par with provincial counterparts, even with the 1,500. So that needs to be addressed, because the whole idea behind that was supposed to be provincial comparability plus language and culture money. So there's still some work that we need to do nationally, but regionally as well. But for success, land-based education, using language on the land. We often, I've seen it myself. When I was a principal, I used to go out land-based. Good thing about being principal, I could say, I'm going out to land-based group to go help supervise, shoot some geese and whatever else, go fishing. I got to show them how to fish. So, but the kids just loved it. And the children that get diagnosed or labeled, ADHD, they're the champions out there. They're the leaders. They're the doers. They're great out there. So when we talk about inclusivity of education and exploring children's gifts and talents, we need to really look at land-based learning, language, culture, And this, you know, in my presentation, I said we got to stop teaching language and isolation of culture.
Yeah.
They go hand in hand.
Yeah.
They go hand in hand. So.
Yeah.
All right. One more question for each of you to, for our group here today. So your systems have been up and running for a bit. Brian, what would you say is what success would you point to as something that you're most proud of?
That's a good question. I think it's a hard one. I feel, you know what, I would say that we actually did it. That was the thing I'm most proud of, because there were so many detractors going up to it that it wouldn't happen, that Musqueam couldn't get their act together, that there was no way we could convince everybody to, you know, give up some power and authority maybe, or perceived, I don't know if they did, but it's perceived, to do what's right for kids, and that, you know, we were able to accomplish that, and we were able to do it in a fairly short time. I mean, we started in 2015, and in 2018 we were opening the doors and running a whole school system, and I think probably that was probably the most thing I'm proud of, and it showed how the community broke all of the stereotypes that, you know, couldn't be done, you guys didn't have the capacity, there's no way you can work together, you guys always fighting, blah, 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 all that stuff got blown out the door, because we did it, we were able to do it, and we were able to do it as a group, and we've been able to get some other accomplishments. Since we've started, there's been so many things I feel good about. It's hard to pick one, you know, like building a whole transportation department from scratch and running the buses and getting that organized. Probably the curriculum, the curriculum guide, that is a very kind of everybody's proud of that, because that's going to eventually replace an Alberta curriculum, but it will, you know, it's being directed and run by the communities with you know, with the elders and with our board and chief and councils. That was one of the things we were asked right at the beginning, was we need to have a Musqueam curriculum, and that has to be, you know, one of the main things. And we were able to do it like within 4 years now. We're field testing it and trying it out in classrooms. I feel proud about that. Yeah. But like I said, there's been, and then the food program, I'm geez, that won an award.
I just said one, Brian.
I know, that's what I mean. It's been hard. It's hard to pick, but I'll just say, just doing it at the beginning, that's probably what I'm most proud of.
Yeah, no, that's really interesting, you know, because as you talk about all those things you've accomplished, you know, and showing you have the ability, right? That in itself, that'll build trust as well to allow you to go further. Exactly. You know, and a lot of this is a big trust building exercise. You know, do you trust your neighboring community to fulfill their duties and, you know, to do what they're supposed to do to make this thing work? So I see that as part of the challenge as we move forward as well. And how about you, Devin?
No, and I was going to say the exact same thing. Is we did it.
Yeah.
We ran it. It ran well. There's always room for improvement with everything you do. Our initial 5-year agreement with the communities came and went. They've all agreed. And I think, you know, a sign of success is that it's selling itself. We have communities that are part of that last column who are saying, we want to leave this provincial school system and join you guys. Mm-hmm. Can you come out and meet with our chief and council? So that's happening. Yeah. There's already 3. That's all I can say. I can't say more, but there's 3 that are really interested. And Frontier is shaking in their boots. That's big bucks. You know, like I said, they operate as a business. We don't operate as a business. We operate as a service providing agency to provide the services that are needed. And that's a big difference in that mindset. We're not trying to make money off of them. We're not trying to use their money other than for them. And, you know, like I said, it's selling itself. And again, there were lots of naysayers. You won't be able to get the chiefs to work together. You won't be able to get this and that. You know, there's all these naysayers. They're quiet now, right? They see that it can be done. You know, in any region, you know, we're Alberta and Manitoba. You guys, you know, you guys can do it.
Yeah, you can do it.
Absolutely.
All right. Well, look, thank you for sharing your story. Really appreciate it. We've got a question over here.
Excuse me. I really enjoyed both your presentations, all the concepts, all the success and the continued work you're doing. And when you were talking on the Jordan principles and the different special needs for children with the hearing and the eyesight, et cetera, I don't know if I missed it, but was there anything on autism and children that are on the spectrum? I know in Ontario, it seems like every child that is might have been considered ADHD or some of the other items on the spectrum, they are being diagnosed with autism. So they have special needs classes for these children, and they're thriving. You have a nonverbal who can read thoroughly, and he can talk, but he only chooses to talk when he feels like it. That's part of his autism. And then you have the other end of the spectrum where you have the talker who is nonstop talking. So I wondered, do you have any special programs or therapies in place for children on the spectrum?
Well, for ours, we're
sorry, could you go closer to the mic when you answer?
Yeah, okay, sorry. So for our organization, we provide services, but we support inclusion. We actually don't have, no, I'm just trying to think, I better not lie, but I don't think we have any separate special classrooms in any of the schools, whether they're part of the system or our member First Nations. We follow inclusive education, and our clinicians provide services and strategies for teachers and EAs and school administration and parents to support learning and development for the children.
Our First Nation we don't have a classroom school. We're in the process of infrastructure, et cetera, building a brand new community. But in our gathering place where we meet every year, we built a safe room for children that are on the spectrum, because there was no place for them to go when they had meltdowns or when they had breakdowns, et cetera, and mothers would be, at their wits' ends trying to manage the children. So we created that beautiful space for them, and they can go in there, they can nap, and it's quiet in there. And it's just accommodating that one special need. And I think autism in our province here in Ontario is through the roof. Yeah. And we need these special classrooms just for them, because they don't thrive in regular classroom settings. But anyway, that's just, I wanted to bring that up.
Yeah, we have some of the schools, actually a number of the schools that have created, they call them sensory rooms.
Yeah, I was just going to talk about that.
So they have sensory rooms that are designed to, minimize the effects of all the external stimuli on students, so that they, if they are having that meltdown, they'll calm down quicker. There's places for them to lay or swing or do different things inside there, right? So it's, yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, no, that's fine. I was just going to add that too, like what we do the similar model, it's inclusive, and then we have supports, second level supports from our office with inclusive coaches that help teachers, and then we have sensory rooms in all our schools. Plus we're working with Dr. Grant Bruno, who's from the community, who actually is doing a PhD, and his focus is on autism. So we're working with him, doing a study, and then one of the unique things we do with that is, if we notice something's happening with students in the school, we don't wait for a diagnosis or an official recognition of it. We right away move in and create programming and supports, and then worry about the diagnosis and the hospital stuff and doctors later, so we don't wait till we get those. We act right away, and then we've got the supports with our inclusive coaches to be able to do that.
Yeah, same. Yeah.
Okay, thank you very much, gentlemen. That was very informative. I hope everyone enjoyed that discussion. We're going to be around for a little bit out here for some food and whatnot. I'll turn it back over to Bentley. Thank you, guys.
Rich.
Yeah. Yeah, can I ask him? Hi.
Before the gentlemen go, I want to, on behalf of the forum, I'd like to thank you for your participation. Well informed, and I'm sure everybody enjoyed it, so.
Hi, thank you.
Okay.
Yeah.
Now, right.
Good job.
Okay. Did a good job. Derek, you did a good job. Okay, no, these gentlemen are available to anybody between now and 5 o'clock. So what we're going to do is we're going to, I guess, just have a mixed forum. Anybody got a question? Some friends that haven't seen each other for a while, and we can get together, and all the things that we need to do before we go. So Brian and Devin, if you can be available for questions from before we go. So all right, so that's what we can do, because we're not gonna have a formal closing tonight. We'll do that tomorrow. And because what I've been told by the staff is that we'll also do the draws tomorrow we'll issue you a separate seat for tomorrow's forum. So you have two tickets going into the draw. Okay, so anybody that wants to have questions for the presenters, you have Derek is going to be here, Devin's going to be here, and Brian's going to be here, and the other Brian's going to be here. Right, Brian? Yeah. Okay, so we'll close for the night, and then everybody's going to be available to have a chit-chat. Big much. See you tomorrow.